Okay, before we start talking about spiders, I guess I have a Spellify and an Enchant Worldle to get to here. This is, speaking of spiders, Nyx Weaver. It is a rare or a mythic. I think this means it has to be a mythic. It has to be a 3-mana mythic red creature. Well, it doesn't have to be red. It could also be 3-mana mythic. The problem is for some of these, I don't even remember if they're mythic or not, you know? Abhorrent Oculus. Sure. Okay, so it's a 3-mana blue and something legendary creature. Alder! Hi! Hi, pretty baby. Come on up. Come on up. Is it... There's a Faramir. I think. One of the Faramirs. Not you. Is it you? It is not. It's a legendary human. 2003. Blue-red human. Oh, is it... What was 2003? Oh, Sarkin. There's a Sarkin. Sarkin... The Masterless? Is that your name? Nope, that's the wrong guy. Sarkin Dragon Ascendant. Nope. Sarkin Soul of Flame. Fuck, that's a mythic? Okay, so it is... a blue-red legendary creature that is a human? Is there one from, like, Brothers War that I'm forgetting? Brothers War is 2002. If I'm reading this correctly, I'm assuming that this means that it's from March. Is there a blue-red March the Machine? Is there... Oh, fuck. Baral and something. Right. Baral and Karizev. Oh... That's my fight stick falling over and my light getting pushed over and my cat demanding scritches. Is there a blue-red 3-drop creature in Phyrexia All will be one? I guess what's a card from Phyrexia? Skrelv? Huh? Wait, no. One commander? There's no blue-red card in Mum Commander. Oh, it's a 3-color. Oh, it's Gimbal? Wait. It's not Gimbal. Why does this say partially correct? Is there some Phyrexian card that I'm not remembering? Legendary creature. It's a human. I feel like this is going to be something so incredibly fucked up that it's going to make me real upset. Well, hold on. Othari. What? What do you mean? There's no... What? What? Is there like a secret? There must be like a secret layer or something. Oh, fuck you. What's the Friends Forever? It's got to be the Friends Forever blue-red pinger. Lucas? Luke? Why don't you show up? The fuck is the Luke card called? I think that thing's a 2-drop though. Is there a card, like what would it be? Blue-red human. I don't know. I don't remember what the blue-red guy's name is. What's her name? Cicely Haunted Mage. That's from 2021? Wait. Why is this from that set when it pulls it all the way back here? What? Because it... Oh, fuck. What the fuck are you called? I think it's the pinger. It pings a thing and it goads a thing. His name is Luke. I don't know his in-universe name. I think it starts with a B, but that's all I know. Borna. It's Borna. Borgna? Fuck. Borgna? It's not Borgna. Bjorna. Oh, fuck. Mulder, help me. It's a secret lair creature that is blue-red, only blue-red, at 3 mana? There's the Jeff Goldblum. But I thought that's its own set, because that's Jurassic Park. This is Dr. Ian Malcolm. Nope. Dr. Ian Malcolm. Yeah, okay. Yes, hi Mulder. Thank you for comforting me. What the fuck are you? What the fuck are you? What the hell is it? I don't remember what came from this product. There was... Okay. Street Fighter. Walking Dead. Fucking Owen Grady. Owen Grady. Oh, fuck. Henry Wu. Wait, no, they're from Jurassic Park, so it can't be that. Fuck. It's, oh, fuck off. Is it, Dodrick? Thember Chowd. Fuck, it's the stupid bard. Oh my god. Chris Pine. If I just type bard, he might be in here. No. It's not Bello. What the fuck is your name? I looked at this card recently too, because I have the Chris Pine versions. Like, I have the original versions, and I wanted to get the new ones. I don't think it's Eugene, but it might be Eugene. No. What does he do? He's a bard. Strings. Strumming. He's a bard that strums. His name's Eugene. Edwin. Eldwin. Elgin. Elgin? Nope, that's Eglin. Egwin? Egwin. Edward Kenway? No, that's a... You're not gonna get me. You're not gonna get me. That's a fucking Assassin's Creed character. I bought these cards. Edgin. Edgewind. Edward. Edwall. What the fuck is your name? Bard. What does he play? He has a lute. He's got a lute. Oh, this is too many fucking things. He's got a lute. But they could have changed it. Fuck. Why are you so far away, Bubba? Yeah, let's get you closer. The fuck is... He's got a lute. I could have sworn his name was Edwin... the lute guy. No, don't do that. Charlatan. Nope. Yes, I know. I don't fucking remember his name. It's Chris Pine. It's Chris Pine. If I go look at my collection right now, I'm gonna find it. This feels illegal. Lute. Lutist? Flutist. Bard. What other cards? Inspiring. Stirring. Inspiring. Nope. Inspiring. Stirring. Stir, inspire, song. Singer. Song, singer. Song, singer, chorus. You know what the fucked up thing is? I ran into this issue because the D&D ones aren't on Moxfield. Like, you cannot add the D&D versions of this card to Moxfield. You have to add the fucking Doric, the in-universe Doric, and then swap it to the other one if you have it. Bard. They're so pretty. What do bards do? They sing, they chorus, they chant. Chant? What the fuck are you from? Wait, who are you? Who the hell is this? Harguild? You're from a secret lair. I saw that. This must be Stranger Things. This must Stranger Things, because Rune Chanter's Pike.
Have you tried the vegan lints before?
No.
They're really good.
A vegan lint chocolate bar?
Not a bar, it's a ball.
Did we watch the Dungeons and Dragons movie? The live action one? We did. Yeah. Do you remember? This is such a long shot. Do you remember the Chris Pine's name? Or can you think of any words that you would associate with bards? Idiot. Clown. Clown bard. This is vegan?
Yeah.
This is really fucking good.
I know.
That does not taste like vegan chocolate.
I know.
Wow. Damn. Okay.
Also, do you know how much the pack of cigarettes
I still can't believe that you can't buy cloves in Canada anymore. Because I thought that would have been a cute thing that we could do.
I know,
But
you can buy like cigarillos of them, but they're not as good.
it's not the same. I need the jar and blacks.
Yeah.
I need to smoke a jar and black out front of a friend's home and then go to my home without telling anybody. And then I wake up to a bunch of text messages be like, "Are you okay? Where'd you go? What happened?" And be like, "Oh no, I'm fine. I just fucked off, eh?"
Their house smells like Christmas for 3 weeks.
Valid. Yes. No. Fuck. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give it up for Kiefer, everybody. Let's give it up for Kiefer. You said Christmas, and so I started thinking of like other terms for like songs that you might associate with like the holidays. And then I thought of the Ballad of Buster Scruggs for some reason. Because the guy sings. I was trying to think of other terms for singing related to Christmas, and there's a guy in that movie that sings, and he keeps saying, but he picks new words for the fact that he's a singer. And then I thought a ballad, and then I remember looking at this fucking card. It even shows it. It even fucking shows it. Chat, you better be losing your goddamn mind. Oh, you are. Thank you. Thank you. Huh? Holy shit. Okay, so Enchant Worldle. If this is your answer, then why aren't you showing this? Then what's this? I only have this in my brain because you fucked me, Enchant Worldle. Look at this. Look at this. What's this guy's name? Edgin? Are you going to show Edgin? You'll show Edgin here, but if I try to add Edgin, it's here. It's not here. It's only and I feel like this is actually recent. Also, why do I have a foil dredging claw? Anyways, that's fucked up. Garrick Predator Scrubs for the 76th month. Oh my god, it's from the D&D movie stuff. That was fucked up. That was messed up. That was wild. How long did that take? That took like 18 minutes. We still have to go. Thank you, Garrick Predator Scrubs. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Honestly, if I had not sorted my entire collection, looked at the entirety of Magic the Gathering, and maybe spent some time thinking about Universes Beyond after the past week being at the Wizards of the Coast headquarters, wouldn't have gotten that. Kazi B for the 29th month as well. Wheeler, the channel I tune into all the time for my schlinging and swinging takes about the format. Did somebody call for a web singer? Thank you so much. Was this worse than the token one? Well, the token one I have very particular autism about. That one was tough, but that was like a holy shit, it has to be exactly this. The secret layers I was thinking about, but then I have to place temporally where these secret layers pop up. Also, I was like, when I did the token one, I was set up for it. Like I saw Carmen be like, this is the most fucked up Enchant Worldle I've ever experienced. Phyrexian of Arena. This isn't Dictate of Erebos. It makes treasure token. Revel in Riches. Dreadful magic card. Take this out of your commander decks, I'm begging you. Just so boring. Excuse me. Creature. At the beginning, if Really? As an additional cost to cast. As an additional cost. Additional cost. I need to figure out more about what your card does. I'm spent. It's got menace. Whenever you cast a something spell, target creature you control gets plus blank and gains menace until end of turn. Whenever you cast a something spell, it's not a goblin. It's not a vampire. It is something of something. It's an additional cost to cast. What is this? I need to figure out what that is. To cast permanent spells. To cost as an additional cost to cast permanent spells, you may pay something life. Those spells cost X less to cast. If you gain life this turn? Menace. Whenever you cast a something permanent spell, black permanent spell. Black spells cost, those spells cost something less to cast. If you gain life this turn? This effect this effect reduces only the the Defiler of Flesh. That's what it's called. The 4 mana 4/4 black one. That was tough. What the fuck is the wording on this? You may pay 2 life. The spell costs 2 less to cast if you paid life this way. Okay, yeah. I'm done with this. I'm going to talk about Spider-Man. I'm going to put on Slint's album Spiderland. But I may also change my mind. Okay. Hi, everybody. Olio, back for the 70th month. What's my favorite Omen Path creature interpretation? Human spider hybrid or human who is homies with the spiders? I like the human spider hybrids that I've been seeing. Honestly, I thought I'm not going to talk about the Omen Path too much because I just don't care. I saw a lot of the Omen Path cards because naturally people are going to be sharing them. And I was like, wow, this world looks so cool. Because I thought they had picked a new world, and it was like, I'd only seen cards that referenced like Ikoria and what looked like Muraganda and stuff, and I'm like, Oh, so this is a world where people are like bonding with insects and they just have different, or spiders, and they just have like a different level. Like they're the people that are like, I am going to become one with a spider, I'm going to work with a spider, or I'm going to figure out why people are doing this. And then I saw the flip side of Norman Osborn was called like Humpus Grumpus, and it showed a little goblin. I'm like, oh, well. Thank you, Olio, for all the support. I'm going to be talking about Spider-Man cards. This is Marvel's Spider-Man is what we're going to be talking about today. I'm going to be doing a set review for the entirety of the set. That is going to include all the cards that are here in the main set. Well, not all of them. I'm not going to talk about every single one of them. I am going to talk about the Spider-Man Eternal cards, which I believe are it's like the beginner set. I don't think I'm going to talk about them too much because they're all designed for an introductory product, but some of them might be kind of cool for Commander or whatever. That said, I'm talking about these solely through the lens. I mean, not solely, but primarily through the lens of Canadian Highlander, or Vibes, Cube, that kind of thing. I like Spider-Man, but also I like Spider-Man the way that an employed person would like Spider-Man. Like it's like, yeah, this is Spider-Man. I grew up watching Spider-Man when I was a child. I've seen the Sam Raimi films. I've seen the first Tom Holland film on a plane. I saw the Spider-Verse films and they were okay. And yeah, I like Spider-Man. I watched cartoons when I was a kid. I think I went for Spider-Man as Halloween one year. Like, you know, Spider-Man. It's hard to hate Spider-Man, the character. You could maybe hate some of the other characters or just not care. But yeah, my relationship with Spider-Man is like, okay. So that sets this tone, the tone for this. I have played with these cards, and I gotta say, I really like how the cards play so far. There are some bangers in here. There are some pretty interesting cards. There's some pretty interesting play patterns, and so I'll cover that when we get to that, you know? There are some very funny cards in the set. Just like as UB product. Yeah, I actually don't hate this set. A lot of people have been very mid on it. I've seen a lot of like, these cards don't excite me. There's too many spiders and all that shit. And like, I agree. Like, yeah, there's a ton of spiders in here. It's a very, it feels a little parasitic at times, but like, I don't know. This is not an egregious UB product for me. As somebody that despises adults that only watch Marvel product, like Marvel. Well, I'll call them product because that sure ain't cinema. So, with that in mind, tonally, how am I approaching this? I'm mostly just approaching this from the power level perspective, but I will talk about basically every legendary creature. There are some cards I'm not going to talk about, but yeah, we'll cover some of these cards. Is this going to fuck up everything down the line? Who knows? Let's start off. I'm going through Wooburg order as well. It'll make sectioning off chapters in the VOD a lot easier. And as I have said with the Final Fantasy, I like set review. I don't know if I'm going to run into this as much with Spider-Man. But if I dislike a card, or if I talk ill about a card, or even if I talk ill about the artwork of the card or what it's showcasing or what it does, I'm talking about you gotta not take it personally. All right? I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking your interests. No, I'm not attacking you. I'm just poking fun, and maybe you need to step back and detach yourself and your self-worth from your interests. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyways, we judge each other by our character, not the characters that we like. This is Anti-Venom, Horrifying Healer. 5 white for a 5/5 legendary symbiote hero. When Anti-Venom enters, if it was cast, you return target creature card from your graveyard to play. And if damage would be dealt to Anti-Venom, prevent that damage and put that many 1/1 counters on him. Now we are starting off with a 5 mana creature. Admittedly, it's a 5 mana creature that if it gets Caracas, it's going to, you know, get recast and bring something back. You have to cast this card to get that trigger. This card is not going to show up in Canadian Highlander. This is a card I might actually build a commander deck out of, though, because he's pretty cool. It's a lot of white pips. ETB, I get to return a creature to play. The blink thing, whatever, but like maybe I can find ways to deal damage to him. It's a cool card, but it is a 5 mana legend without any way of pushing damage. So what are you going to do? Pigeon Automata back for the 3rd month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for the support. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you, and may I say good to see you. Let me load up like a bunch of these. I'm not going to be talking about every single one of them. I mean, I could also cross-reference some of the stuff that we are talking about on North 100. There will be 2 North 100 podcasts for this set, by the way. I saw people saying like, oh, so you're only going to get 1 set? No, there's enough cards to talk about too. Might not be the 4-episode extravaganza that was Modern Horizons 3, but we got cards to talk about, and frankly, we just get to put out more content, and people like that. They like to listen to us talk. Arachne, Psionic Weaver, 2 and a white for a legendary spider human hero that's a 3/3 with a new ability, word, or an alternative way of casting called Web Slinging. Web Slinging says you can cast the spell for its web slinging cost. In this case, the cost is going to be a single white. And if you do, you return a tapped creature you control to its owner's hand. You need to have the tapped creature in order to web sling. You can't just web sling this and not have a tapped creature to return. It's part of casting the cost. Or it's part of the cost of web slinging, I guess. As Arachne enters, you look at target opponent's hand, and then you choose a non-creature card type. Spells of the chosen type cost 1 more to cast. So, there's a couple of things going on in this card. I'm going to talk about web slinging. I really like web slinging. I think web slinging is a very interesting cost reduction mechanic. In some cases, it's a very interesting cost increase. There are a lot of implications that web slinging brings when it comes to returning powerful ETBs, how you're going to tap creatures, sequencing for maybe using a tap activated ability and returning it, how these cards interact with mana dorks especially can be pretty powerful. There's a lot going on with web slinging. And I'm a big fan. I'm a pretty big fan of web slinging, and I'm excited to try playing more web slinging cards. In fact, this is a card, just for transparency. We recorded episodes of North 100 Showdown, a Canadian Highlander Throwdown today, and I brought mono white Death and Taxes with a humans build, like primarily a humans build, which means there's a couple of cards from this set that I included in my deck. This one was on the fence. I ended up not playing her, but I think there is a version where if you're going real heavy on the humans or real heavy on the legendaries or real heavy on the ETBs with like more cards like Nurturing Pixie and Friends, then this is the kind of card where you're going to want to play in your in that version of mono white, which is interesting. I am infinitely more interested by Magic cards that show up in versions of a deck rather than every version of that deck. Less Ocelot Prides, more Thalia's Lieutenants. or more Phyrexian sensors or whatever, right? Like there are versions of mono white or white X decks where you would want this card, and somewhere you're going to go, I need to use the slots for something else. So web slinging, really like it. Arachne's ability, it is symmetrical. So if you pick instance, you are reducing the cost of your instant, or sorry, you're increasing the cost of your instance or your sorceries or your artifacts or your enchantments or whatever. That often does not matter too much for mono white, as mono white is a deck that plays a ton of 1 mana cards and 2 mana cards. So if my Swords to Plowshares is now 2 mana, if I have to pick instant, so be it. It's also coincidentally a deck that plays a lot of acceleration, Ancient Tomb, Mox Pearl, Soul Ring, Mana Crypt, whatever. And so paying out underneath your taxation effects is possible. And in the right matchup, this can be backbreaking. You get a bunch of information, which is really powerful when it comes to sequencing your cards that information is really powerful in a deck that has a series of cards that are low impact in some cases and backbreaking in others. So getting that information is kind of great. And then, yeah, potentially locking out certain archetypes. I like Arachne. I imagine that I will be playing Arachne in a couple of Canlander decks. And it's not just for the web slinging. 3 mana for this card on Ancient 2 mana is totally reasonable. I'm interested in playing this card for sure. And I think it's worth picking up. Wait, was there alt art for these? No, there's just extended border. Aunt May. Single white for a 0/2 legendary human citizen. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. And if it's a spider, put a 1/1 counter on it. I've moved away from Soul Wardens in Ruin Your Evening. Obviously, Guide of Souls still sees play. And there are certain versions of Soul Sisters, like a legitimate Soul Sisters archetype that you can play in our format, where you may want to play a ton of Soul Wardens. We have a ton of Soul Wardens. This is a Soul Warden that has a line of text that is mostly irrelevant. It is just an 0/2, but the fact that it's legendary can be a little awkward with Caracas. And we just got Hinterland Sanctifier, which is like another 1 mana 1/2 Soul Warden for just your stuff, which this is. Yeah, the spider synergies are not really showing up, and I haven't looked into whether or not you could build a spiders deck in Canlander after this set. I don't think so, but it is kind of funny. It is very funny that it's just there's just an Aunt May card by Randy Gallegos is kind of funny too. Does it being a 1-drop mean the Krakus hurts worse? Oh, for sure, but that's just not something you really want to worry about. And like, we already have, what, 7 1-mana Soul Wardens? Maybe even more by now? How many spiders are in white outside this set? Not many. Not many. City Pigeon. 1 white for a 1/1 flying bird that says, when this creature leaves the battlefield, you create a food token. This is a pretty good bird. I wouldn't play this in Canadian Highlander, but also I kind of love this magic card. The artwork is great. It's very cute. I like that there's a pigeon with a donut. Or not a donut, sorry. I'm mixing my words because I have an anecdote for this. There's a pigeon with a bagel around its neck. And I remember showing this to somebody, and they said, oh, look, it's a pigeon with a donut. And my reaction to them was so visceral. Like, what do you mean a donut? You're in New York fucking City. NYC, baby. Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. That's a bagel. Now, it's not a Montreal bagel, which is why you would want to give it to a bird. But, you know, I'm sure New York bagels are okay. Flash Thompson, Spider Fan. 1 in a white for a 2/2. Legendary human citizen with Flash. When Flash Thompson enters, you choose one or both. Heckle, tap target creature, or Hero Worship, untap target creature. This card is kind of powerful in the right deck. There hasn't really been a 2-drop untapper, like a 2-drop untapping creature that is good. This can't untap Birthing Pod for people looking to pod out, which is a little annoying. And you can't really Splinter Twin or Kiki Jiki this because it's a legend. Actually, you know what? This card... All right, this is why this card is juiced, because you can't actually do the thing you want to with this card. But coming into play, untapping one creature and tapping another creature is genuinely powerful. I don't think that this card's going to see play. I had the opportunity to play this card in my Humans deck today. I didn't. And so here we are. I gotta say the art is very... Gal-Or, what else have you done? They've done a lot of UB product. This woman is throwing me off because she looks like the innocent traveler alt art that is like the Van Helsing Dracula whatever. You know the one I'm talking about, right? Anyways. Yeah, the both is kind of backbreaking, but I don't think using this as like a combat trick or, you know, setting something up is going to be pretty powerful. Looks like Amber Heard. I don't know who that is. Daily Bugle Reporters. 2 and a white for a 2/3 human citizen. When this creature enters, you choose one. Put a 1/1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. Or return target creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. I thought this said to play. Excuse me. I was a little excited that I could maybe go infinite with Safi Eric's daughter. Turns out I'm the fool. Friendly Neighborhood. This is an enchantment. Enchant land for 3 and a white. When this aura enters, create 3 1/1 green and white human citizen creature tokens. Enchanted land has pay 1 generic, tap. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. I don't foresee this card showing up in Canadian Highlander, but this is one of those cards where you look at it, it probably wins a bunch of games in Limited, and you're like, could this be real? 4 mana, make 3 1/1s. I think we're a little far from SRAM's expertise, especially because if they blow up the land, then you lose this. But that second ability will kill people in the right deck, in the right environment. I don't think you can completely dismiss this card, but yeah, it's I like that these cards exist, and here's why. Because I think it's important that there are cards like this that somebody who is new to Canadian Highlander will pick up or own and go like, well, I don't have every like best card available, like best in slot, but I do have this copy of Friendly Neighborhood, and my deck does make tokens or care about tokens. So I'm just going to play this. And if you're not prepared for this card, even if it isn't optimal, this card will fucking kill you if you're not ready. And that's at least a charm of current design. Often it's positioned as being a negative, but I actually think it's cool. It's cool that the like base level of power on cards like this, because it's a rare too, is high enough that it's like, if somebody wanted to start playing Magic the Gathering Standard or Canlander or whatever, and this is what they had, then it's like, yeah, all right. Stardak, welcome back for the 3rd month. I mean, you've been in chat. Thank you so much for the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Jack Sparrow's wife? Who? Oh, Jonathan Depp. That human garbage can? No, it's not even the origin. It's Origin of Spider-Man. 1 and a white for a saga. Chapter 1, you make a 2/1 spider creature token with reach. Chapter 2, you put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. It becomes a legendary spider hero in addition to its other types. In chapter 3, target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. Hold on. Okay, so the play pattern on this card is you play this, and you make a spider. And then the spider becomes bigger. And then the spider is now the hero? Why is... I was always under the impression that Peter Parker was the hero. And in fact, that the moral... One of the large themes of Spider-Man is that anybody could be Spider-Man, but there's only one person that could possibly, like, be a kind and good Spider-Man, right? Like, Peter Parker is, I mean, you know, obviously there's been iterations on this, but like, if this is Peter Parker, right? I assume. Anyway, this is a card I read that I imagine is probably better than it looks. Obviously 2 mana, get a 3/2 creature, is not the most exciting. But I'm starting to come around on these sagas that provide value. There have been other... Looks terrible? You mean like the visual aspect of it? Because that I do agree with. I think this is so goofy. I have ran into more sagas recently that are just good value sagas. The Huntsman's Redemption's a card that I have a ton of respect for. And what was it? Sea Devils? I played against this card and it was shockingly powerful. Like, turns out that sagas are just very annoying, and like they're not swinging haymakers or whatever. But the fact that they are often multiple game objects that can push damage and can be a little flexible with what they do is kind of interesting. I'm telling you, Tom Bombadil is Canlander playable. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I would like to see... I think there are some other sagas that I would like to revisit, you know? Yeah, the Sea Devils is History of Benalia, except you get evasive creatures. And also it's a single pip and in green and that kind of thing. Yeah, saga... I mean, we all know about, like, Reflection of the Mirror Breaker and whatnot, but, like... Yeah, I don't know. Anytime I see a cheap saga that makes a body and then does some other things, I'm always like, yeah, it's just, like... I would struggle to find a place to put it, but maybe that's because of my restricted sensibilities for where I should play it, right? And it's just anything that puts multiple game objects in play. It's just kind of important to hit the City's Blessing for Ocelot Pride and Friends. Is it because people don't run enchantment interaction, or is the incremental value just good? I think it's a little bit of both. There is certainly enchantment removal running around, but it's just the fact that any time you make multiple game pieces and that you are forcing players to pick which piece are you going to interact with, and if they interact with the pressure presented, i.e. the 2/1, then they are making themselves susceptible to repeated value of, like, recasting the saga from the graveyard, or flickering the saga, or copying it, or doing something, or it just sticking around and contributing to other factors of the game. I don't know. I've started just looking at Magic cards. My brain might still be cooked from Wizards of the Coast, but I've started looking at a lot of Magic cards as more like, how do I word this? I think a lot of Magic cards are really powerful, and a lot of people get into their own head about them. And in Canlander, it makes sense that you want to optimize. But if you take the power level of a card and instead put it on a grid of like 1 to 100, there are a lot of people clamoring to play cards that are like 90-point cards, 92-point cards. And then they flat out ignore the 89s and the 88s. And because of that, the reaction is to play reactive Magic that targets the very specific cards that hit the higher points value And so you can leverage the fact that there might be less cards to deal with your saga that makes creatures, or your Peter Parker or whatever. I think this card's pretty interesting to me. This is Peter Parker. 1 and a white for a legendary human scientist hero. Peter is a 0/1. When Peter enters, you create a 2/1 green spider creature token with reach. And then you can pay 1 green, white, and a blue to transform Peter Parker, use only as a sorcery. And he turns into Amazing Spider-Man. So Amazing Spider-Man has a mana value of 1 green, white, and a blue. This is not a double-face modal card where you can cast it for either side, right? Unless I've been completely misreading these cards. Or can you? Oh, it is modal. You can't. It is an MDFC. Oh, these cards are even better than I thought. Okay. I thought so, but I was like looking at it. I'm like, well, it doesn't make sense, does it? These are even better than I thought, which is good because I was rating these pretty highly already. There's a bunch of them. So you can either cast Peter Parker to get the 2 mana 0/1 that makes a 2/1 green spider token that you can later transform, or you can pay 1 in Bant for a 4/4 Amazing Spider-Man that has Vigilance and Reach. That says each legendary spell you cast that's 1 or more colors has web slinging for white, blue, and a green. Meaning that you can cast that spell for this web slinging cost if you also return a tap creature you control. Okay. That is cool. Anytime you have options for how to cast your cards, anytime you have more options for casting a card, they get a lot stronger, right? This, even though some of these cards might not be, like, people are going to compare this card to, like, a Johnny. And the trick is that you might just play both, right? Even, like, honestly, if I knew that, I might have tried this in mono white today. Because I have Horizon Canopy, I have Cavern of Souls. I could find a way to get blue in there. I could find a way to get more lands in there. Yeah, I'm into this card. I am kind of blanket into all these cards anyways. Because they're pretty strong. Like, you're not including this card because it's a 4 mana 4/4 with all this text on it, right? You're not including this card because it's a 2 mana 0/1 with this text on it. You're including it because it's both of those, depending on what situation you want, or what situation is brought up. And that's pretty powerful. Yeah, I'm into this card. I'd try it out in mono white. I could try it out in, like, green white humans too. You could try this in Bant Blink. Be kind of annoying. But in Bant Blink, that's also a deck where you could just return something to play for recasting. Yeah, kind of dope. My favorite card. Rent is Due. This is a 1 white enchantment. It says at the beginning of your end step, you may tap 2 untap creatures and or treasures you control. If you do, draw a card. Otherwise, you sacrifice this enchantment. This card is not going to be playable in Canadian Highlander. But holy shit, is it so funny. Like, this is... I'm not going to... if you're coming to the stream to try to see somebody rage out against UB... you're not gonna get it. It's just, it's not, I just don't fucking care. I don't know. I tend to, like, you can be mad at multiple things at the same time, but a guy like me just mostly cares about the words on the cards, as well as, I don't know, focusing my energy towards more important things. This one is so funny. Because it's just like imagining somebody that, like, they get off from their job, you know, they work a shitty job. They're like they're like also in college or whatever. They're fucking stressed out. And they're just like, man, I cannot wait to go to draft tonight. I just need to hang out with my friends or my community, like at the LGS, and I just want to draft. And being like, oh shit, there's a new Spider-Man set out. That's so funny. I'm just going to sit down and draft like the Spider-Man set and not worry about anything. And you open it up and your rare is a card telling you that you forgot to pay rent, you fucko. like, it's just so funny. It's so funny. Just like, oh no. I will never understand people hating UB, to be honest. More sets each year and more people getting to the game is a good thing 99% of the time. I'm in the camp that UB is a net positive. The more get people into Magic, the better. I mean, here, I'm only going to say this once, but I will push back on that a little bit. It's that I don't entirely prescribe, this is going to sound very gatekeepy, but like, I agree that it gets new people into the game, and actually, the people that enter in with Universes Beyond do transition into playing real Magic. Like, that is a quantifiable number of like, yeah, people get in through UB and they start buying in-universe product, and in-universe product in turn has also been doing better, right? It's easy to create a scenario where you're like, everybody forgot about Edge of Eternities. What the fuck is going on? They didn't. Edge made a lot of money. Edge exceeded expectations. Right? That's pretty great. My issue with UB comes down to two main factors. One, don't make it the only thing you do. Right? Don't make it the only thing you do. Because a lot of people like to play Magic for Magic. And I would love to see more Magic than UB. You know, if I could wave a wand and like change how product is released, but keep it realistic because this is still a business trying to make as much money as possible. Right? Like 4 mainline Magic sets and then 2 UB like Commander product, or like 2 UB beginner sets or whatever. Hey, power to you. Or if it's like, you know, 3 main Magic sets, 1 UB, like 3 main standard sets with Magic the Gathering, 1 UB standard set with Magic the Gathering, and then maybe some other goofy board game night product that is UB if you want to pull in more people, whatever. Like that's where I'm at. That's the one thing. So the first one is, over the years, I used to be incredibly anti Universes Beyond, and I still prefer in-universe Magic the Gathering. But one, I have a realistic idea of what a company is going to do once it starts making a shitload of money. And two, I am not so stuck in my ways, and change is okay. And we have seen that what the positives of UB, and that people, like I said, people get into UB and they do buy into other Magic the Gathering cards, right? At what point do the suits at Hasbro decide that any universes sets? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. All I'm gonna say, don't worry about that. Yeah, don't worry about that. And then secondly, the IP has got to be perfect. I would love to see more of a focus on like I want the IP that they select to be a little more timeless. maybe? And I think that's the direction that they are going. Don't worry about that. I remember when people said that when The Walking Layer came out. Yeah, but it's me we're talking about. That's me. Other people are dumb as fuck and have terrible opinions. Me? I got taste. Look at this. You got this? No, you don't. I got taste, motherfucker. Listen to me. Benny Wheel's Big Taste, they call me. The sensual schemer. Anyways, the second thing is, and it sounds like this is the direction that they are going to go, is that they are going to, this has been a complaint that I've had for a while, is act like you've been here before. Because frankly, Assassin's Creed, Doctor Who, Fallout, no, come on. You're Magic the fucking Gathering. You're Magic the Gathering. Get your Lord of the Rings. Get your Dungeons and Dragons. And honestly, and get your Final Fantasy. And like, honestly, I wish they had more time for this Spider-Man, but I can see Spider-Man working for this. It's fucking Spider-Man, right? It's fucking Spider-Man. So as long as they, and I feel like they will, keep going up and up and up, you know? Doctor Who is kind of timeless. Yeah, Doctor Who has the pedigree. I just don't think it translates well, and I think that they have also acknowledged that it translates well. Because Doctor Who is just a bunch of people standing around in rooms. You know? Yeah, I'm not saying that Spider-Man isn't without its issues. I think part of that comes from the fact that this is a small set. It's 187 cards. I don't think people actually hate UB as much as they hate way too much product and a lot of it being UB. Right? Yeah. No, yeah, the assassin stuff for Assassin's Creed isn't the problem. The problem is that you're getting, like, there's just not enough to flesh it out. And also, I don't think you do Assassin's Creed in the first year. I think you do Assassin's Creed, like, 5 years down the line. You know what I mean? Not necessarily when you're running out of product. But when you are, like, hey, let's jazz it up a little bit. And I'm saying this as somebody that has yet to have a UB product of something that interests me, right? I haven't had my UB product yet. And I don't even know if it's coming. I mean, Bandai Namco owns Elden Ring and Dark Souls. I don't know if I don't know if we're getting a full Street Fighter product or anything. I don't know if we're ever going to get a Sailor Moon product. Yeah, the packs being expensive sucks, right? We can all agree on that. The price sucks. The frequency of the product getting printed is too hard, and it's hard on us, and it's hard on them internally. We're all on the same team. That's all I want to say about UB. Now I'm going to move on, and we're not going to talk about it again. Sound good? Well, that's the only album I know that has a spider in its name. What else are we going to listen to? Spider-Man's from Brooklyn, right? Peter Parker's from Brooklyn? Oh, I'm just going to listen to Notorious B.I.G. Miles is... Oh, he's from Queens. Right. Peter's from Queens. Miles is from Brooklyn. Oh well, it's all New York, right? It's the same shit. All the different boroughs, oh, we call them neighborhoods. They're the same, right? All right. This card's not playable in Canadian Highlander, not even close. I'll talk about the legendary creatures. Silver Sable Mercenary Leader. 2 and a white for a 2/3. When Silver Sable, excuse me, enters, put a 1/1 counter on another target creature. Whenever Silver Sable attacks, target modified creature you control gains lifelink until end of turn. This is very much a limited card. Who is the Silver Sable? Can somebody tell me? Maybe this will be the secondary part of this. Should I pull up a Spider-Man wiki that everybody agrees on? Oh, good heavens. Comic books are so funny because it's just like, oh, I forgot you're all gooners. Right. Everybody, I forgot. You're all just looking to jerk off to the comics too. Because god damn, that's, whoo. Anyways. No, this artwork's from 2017. Damn, girl, you looking good. Depicted as a mercenary, hunter of war criminals, leader of the Wild Pack, and owner of Silver Sable International. Okay. Spectacular Spider-Man. 1 and a white for a 3/2 legendary spider-human hero with flash. And pay 1 generic. Spectacular Spider-Man gains flying until end of turn. Pay 1 generic. Sacrifice Spectacular Spider-Man. Creatures you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Let me tell you. This card whips ass. It's good. This card's really good. I played this in Mono White Death and Taxes with the humans. It's great. I mean, 2 mana, 3/2 with flash. That's a real body that can block and that can surprise people and smack for a bunch of damage. It gaining flying is kind of nice. Like, I get it. It's, you don't want to make a, you know, you don't want this card to always have flying. Also, it's Spider-Man. He's not always flying. Really good with Agatha's Soul Cauldron, by the way. That's just a nice little add-on for this. And then 1 generic, sacrifice the Spider-Man. You know, your whole team has hexproof and indestructible. Obviously quite good, right? Like the Selfless Spirit, but also the hexproof is pretty strong. And something that happened to me when I played this in Mono White, it has 3 power, but you can still find it off your Recruiter of the Guard. And you find this off your Recruiter of the Guard, and you just hold this card in your hand. And they can't do shit. Yeah, this card's really good. I expect to see it in Mono White Death and Taxes or Mono White Humans, especially. Maybe a White X Humans deck for quite some time. Maybe in just like a White X Hate Bears deck as well. Pretty good card. Pretty good card. What? What? Why has he got a bag on his head? I know that Spider-Man was a member of the Fantastic Four at some point. Why has he got a bag on his head? Because this is the symbiote. Yeah, the black suit. The bombastic bagman suit? What the fuck? This is when he loses confidence in himself and goes by the bombastic bagman. Guilty Gear could never. Spider Armor MK1 suit. I think I remember this from the cartoon. The stealth suit? Brother, you already have stealth? Like you're already just really fucking hard to find, right? The sensational suit? I think I know this suit. I've seen this before. The 6-armed spider. Why does he have so many arms? Why 6 arms? I guess his feet are 7 and 8. Having 6 arms is more gay than being sensational? Yes, he does sound gay. Yes, and when he has 6 arms, he does sound more gay. I'm not going to repeat that part. Oh wait, what's this? Wizards Play Network. There's also the Future Foundation. I don't know what this is. And then there's this, which looks like a normal Magic card. I think this is the version that I have because this is the original version of the card. $45. What? Because this is the main one that you can get in the set. Cool card. Really cool card. Fun card too. That's the thing I gotta stress, is that ultimately, if you're playing Magic the Gathering, different people play for different reasons. They do different things. Yada yada yada. Personally, the things that I care about the most are the play patterns. Are they fun? Do I feel like I have options? And are they powerful? You know, some combination of those. And a lot of these cards have checked off those boxes. Also, I don't know, the artwork on this card, like, this is, even with the weirdo border, it's like, yeah, sure, who cares? It's Spider-Man. Get over yourselves. You're playing a children's card game. Let's get over ourselves. Spectacular Tactics. 1 and white for an instant. You choose one. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. It gains hexproof until end of turn. Or destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. This card's kind of fun. It's not going to be Canlander playable because, well, it takes a lot for a 2-minute instant like this. It's a utility card to show up. But this one's kind of tricky because it has the, like, destroy creature with power 4 or greater, so it kind of has that, like, Valorous Stance sort of reprisal text on it. Or not Valorous Stance. Reprisal and... it might be Valorous Stance. Something like that. And then the first ability, Hexproof, is cool because it stops, obviously, the Swords to Plowshares and Friends. But also, putting the counter on a creature just often gets it out of the range of whatever it is. So you have this card killing a big creature, making your creature big enough to get around another creature that it's blocking or whatever, or becomes blocked, or the Hexproof to deal with a Doomblade. And that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a little too expensive, but this is a cool effect. Worth looking. This is the kind of thing that might be a real pisser to play around in Limited. Then we have Spider-Man Web Slinger. Ryan Pancoast art. This card's cool. 2 and a white for a 3/3 legendary Spider-Human hero with web slinging for a single white. This card is just this card, but with additional text on it. It makes sense. This is a common. Arachne's a rare. I think there are going to be versions, honestly, basically all the same stuff that I said about Arachne can apply to this. Although, there are going to be versions of some of the decks I talked about where you will play Arachne, but you won't play Spider-Man. There are going to be versions where you care about having more legendary creatures. Maybe you are like a Green-White Legends, Boros Legends, Naya Legends, whatever, and you want both. I do kind of love that this can play out like a 1-mana, like another Nurturing Pixie style card, or another thing for resetting Yoshimaru, or, well, resetting something else to play for Yoshimaru. Yeah. I don't know. I like it. It's cool. I really like web slinging, but that's just, I mean, it makes sense. I like to fiddle with my cards a little bit. Like I like the gene pollinator little knobs and like, oh, and I do this and I do this. I feel so tricksy. I like to be a tricksy hobbit. Mass loss for the 76 months. So this is a spectacular sub. Me when I'm really enjoying my sandwich. I actually said that earlier today. I got some banh mi for lunch and it was so fucking good. It hit. It hit. Best part is it's from a joint that's right next to Yellow Jacket that has been there forever, and I had skipped over it for the longest time until I had ordered from them a while back. And I was like, oh my God, I should go in here because I like the sandwich that I had before. It's a game changer. It's a fucking game changer. I can get banh mi next door while I'm at Highlander. It's over. Oh, hell yeah. Angel saying she played Street Fighter 6 on your lunch break and got up to bronze. Let's go. I watched Angel last night. I signed 1,000 playmats for the Friday Night's Kickstarter. Folks did that over on the Saturday, I think, but I was still dealing with stuff from the trip to WotC. And so I was unable to be there, so I had to go in late at night and do all the signing myself. And while I was doing that, I was talking to Angel on Discord. The pronunciation, Discord, Street Fighter, Yellow Jacket, Friday nights, loading ready run. I was watching Angel play Street Fighter over Discord while talking to her, and I was kind of coaching her through stuff. She's going to kick Nelson's ass in a bit. It'll happen. It'll happen. This, I mean, look, I don't need Street Fighter for me to gas up my girl, but she was fucking learning and adapting and whipping ass, and it was so dope to see. It was so dope to see. And it was so funny because I watched her play, and she was at iron, or like they start you off at rookie, and then they get you to iron, then they get you to bronze, and she was iron, and she's like, wait a minute, why am I fighting a bronze player? And I had seen her already fight a couple of bronze players, and I had to be like, Angel, you're fighting a bronze player because you keep winning, because the game's like, oh, you're improving, you're beating people. She toppled over a Zangief that had a 10-match win streak like it was nothing, and did it twice, I think. I don't remember if you won the second one, but yeah. Oh, wait, do you mean bun me? Bun me? We're trading fighters, yes. Not really a question for Wheeler, but Moto is getting the Spider-Man in-universe cards revealed today. Team designed them, MTGA paper team, MTGO teams. LOL? How is it pronounced? Because I was told that it's bun me. Here, this is how you learn Vietnamese. That's what I said, bun me. That's what I said. Bun me. I'm saying it right. So I'm calling you out, Kana Money. What's so funny? I did my fucking diligence. I sat my white Latino ass down and I listened. I'm saying it right. Thank you, Moodang Timeline. Because it's wrong. Moodang Timeline said I'm saying it right. I was saying it like the guy said it in the thing. On me. Hey everybody, let's go down and get some banh mi and some light beer. All right, I'm going to talk about what? Spider-Man Uck. Softer and more downward enunciation on the last syllable. Bun mi? Bun mi? Bun mi? Instead of bun me, bun me. I don't know. Why am I... I don't know. Very, look, I get it. I'm not going to perfectly pronounce something in a language that is not my, well, that's not my language. Oh, this is a common. Starling Aerial Ally, 4 and a white for a legendary human hero with flying. When it comes to play, another target creature you control gains flying. Sure. That's a limited card. You're bringing the pitch high at the end, and you're wasting my fucking time. So how about we agree that we'll both do our best and, you know, move on. Speaking of food around Victoria, happen to be anywhere and see Small Gods Brewery stuff. Pick up some of their orange sour. If I can see it, yes. Oh, I did skip Spider Uck. Spider Uck. 3 and a white for a 3/4. Legendary spider human hero with web slinging for 2 and a white. At the beginning of your end step, if 2 or more creatures enter the battlefield under your control this turn, you draw a card and you gain 2 life. This guy's too expensive, but it's pretty good. Like, the rate makes this guy unplayable, but this ability is like legit. Surviving Bolt's kind of nice. Obviously getting Cricked is not great. Yeah. What like he's just like what I don't mean to be too rude, but they're British, so I will. What's the point of a British Spider-Man? Like, I can understand some of the other Spider-Mans that we've seen. I thought this might have been Spider-Punk until I saw that he was hanging out on the, like, the, the Union Jack. Kyle's back for the 59th month. Empire been over for a while now. They still got to take everything, shaking my head. Yeah. What is, I don't know. We don't need to talk about that card. We don't need to talk about this card. Why did I click on Thwip? Thwip. I don't want to talk about this card. You're watching Web Up, the worst show on television. Web Up is a Banishing Light variant. That's it. It's just another Banishing Light. That's kind of cool. This card's not good. With Great Power. Damn, he's so big. 3 and a white. Holy shit. Is this is like the Gandalf one, right? The you cannot pass. Where in the movies he says you shall not pass. And it says you cannot pass because people say with great power comes great responsibility. And it's with great power there must also come great responsibility. Huh. 3 and a white for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature you control. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 for each aura and equipment attached to it. All damage would be dealt to you is dealt to enchanted creature instead. We got a good version of this card in the Tarkir Dragonstorm Commander product, so you don't need to play this. Pariah is kind of funny. 4 mana for that, though, is a little rough. Like, at least Tempest Technique kills people. If I'm playing a card like this, honestly, I'd just rather play Sage's Reverie. We're on to blue. I'm gonna pull up a bunch of cards here that we're gonna talk about. This card is fucked. Tech to your fucking neck. Hey, where are you going? Like CC and keep on walking. Beetle Legacy Criminal. 3 and a blue for a 3/3 legendary human rogue villain with flying, and pay 1 and a blue. Exile this card from your graveyard. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature. It gains flying until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Who is Beetle? Beetle. Spider-Man. Abner Jenkins. I don't think this is you. Janice Lincoln. Janice Lincoln, the Beetle. She looks kind of fun. She's everything from what I've seen so far. She has some pretty good facial expressions. Tombstone's daughter. Oh, the guy that's like made of rock. Yeah, this isn't Blue Beetle. This is a beetle that is blue. Okay. Bored with her humdrum existence, Janice Lincoln sought the thrill of her father's life of crime. Okay. Chameleon, Master of Disguise. 3 and a blue for a 2/3. Legendary human shapeshifter villain. You may have Chameleon enter as a copy of a creature you control, except his name is Chameleon, Master of Disguise. And has Mayhem for 2 and a blue. Yes, I was hoping to read the card before I get the finally a 4-mana clone, but Pyro beat me. Yeah, 4-mana clone here. Mayhem, this is the first time running into Mayhem. I love Mayhem, by the way. Mayhem has a cost associated with it that says you may cast this card from your graveyard for whatever the Mayhem is. In this case, it's 2 and a blue. If you discarded it this turn, timing rules still apply. So this is fixed madness. I say fixed in the sense that madness is not real. It cannot harm you. Actually, no, it can harm you. Madness is wild. Because madness gets around timing restrictions, but also madness is very weird with where you cast it from and what you do and all that. And it's a bit of a nightmare, and also just like kind of, it's too powerful in frankly, because your design space is limited for what you can print with madness, because you have to just assume that it's always going to be a gotcha or played at like the most opportune time, where at least this is more like, oh hey, you discarded it, you can get some additional value, which is great. I love Mayhem. This is probably why why I really like the cards in this set, is that web slinging and Mayhem are great. I think they are great. Big fan. Mage Cat. Please let me know if I pronounce that properly. I hope that I did, although my Vietnamese is a little rusty, as chat is want me to know. Thoughts on web sling compared to ninjutsu? Completely different, in my opinion, but I can understand why, because ninjutsu is also tough for people to follow. This card's not going to be playable because, well, the madness is kind of interesting, actually. I wonder if there's a world where madness, or the mayhem, excuse me, with like survival of the fittest. Like, it's kind of interesting to discard this card to survival of the fittest, find something else, play it, and then make another copy. I will say that. That part is quite interesting. But I feel like this is a card that I would not recommend people play without intent. Like, if there's a very specific setup that you use for Mayhem and this card, then I would go ahead and do that. But other than that, I think you can mostly skip over this card. Doc Ock, Sinister Scientist, 4 and a blue for a legendary human scientist villain. As long as there are 8 or more cards in your graveyard, Doc Ock has base power and toughness 8/8. As long as you control the villain, Doc Ock has hexproof. This is a limited card. Doc Ock is I like Doc Ock a lot. The Raimi Doc Ock is just Alfred Molina is just that's a role where you watch it because you hear this a lot from people that like the only media that they consume, the only films that they watch or TV shows that they watch are just regurgitations of stuff from their childhood, that they're like, The Dark Knight is the best movie of all time. And it's like, I don't know about that. I think Alfred Molina should have received an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting for Doc Ock. He's so good in it. He is genuinely just so interesting to watch in that film. Like, to the point where it feels like his performance is so good, it just makes other people's performances so good. Because like, yeah, you're intimidated by this guy, or just it's good. It's good. It's really good. No, I haven't seen Fiddler in the costume. Hide on the Ceiling. This is a card that could actually be considered for playability. X and a blue for an instant. You exile X target artifacts and or creatures. Return the exiled cards to the battlefield under their owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. This is pretty good. I think I'd be interested in playing this in a Blink deck in Canlander, because you can find it off your Spellseeker. That's the big thing, is that this is the kind of effect you've always wanted to play, but often it's just not going to, I'm going to skip the song that's just them having sex. It's a tough card to justify, but the fact that it is cheap enough if you want to just blink something as a one of, as well as use it as a big like reset my board or save my board from a terminus or whatever. Not to mention, you can go infinite with this card a la Ghostly Flicker. Esper Initiative? Oh yeah, I'm into that. Love that they brought back for the actor the reprisal role. Angel, no spoilers. You know that I've only watched one of the Tom Holland movies, and that's only because of Michael Keaton. Badagaboosh for the full year. Welcome. What up? How you doing? Wow, a year. That's a long-ass time. A year's a long-ass time. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, you can target your opponent's stuff. That's pretty messed up. Hydroman Fluid Felon. I have never heard of this guy. Blue for a 2/2 legendary elemental villain. Whenever you cast a blue spell, if Hydroman is a creature, he gets +1/+1 until end of turn. At the beginning of your end step, untap Hydroman. Until your next turn, he becomes a land and gains tap at a blue. He's not a creature. This card's kind of interesting. Like, not being a creature on your opponent's turn means this card's never blocking. Or rarely blocking. You can find ways of doing it. But you kind of have to work to that. And I wouldn't recommend it. This is a card I look at and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to play this. And I don't think it's right. Like, I want to play this in mono blue, like mid-range, like mono blue with like Videlkin Shackles, and you play back to basics and whatnot. Your point spread is like Mox Sapphire, True Name Nemesis, and Friends. Yeah, very funny card. Very weird card. Becoming a land's kind of dope. A reset pile. Yeah. If you want to ramp in blue, just play Mindstone. Well, you don't play this because it ramps. You play this because it dodges sorcery speed removal, grows larger when you cast cantrips, and can incidentally work in your curve so that you like develop a threat but also hold up counter magic. Right? Yeah, I could see myself playing this card. Oh, is there a spider wrapped you already? Sorry, I've been in a... They took away my phone at Wizards of the Coast. Oh, this is cute. Let me update the rat. Feels like we could have done it. This rat's really good, by the way. I'm gonna make him... it's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. That's so cute. That's a good rat. I mean, I feel like though for a Spider-Man set, we could have just picked any, like we could have had Pizza Rat and it would have been like, you know, appropriate. Imposter Syndrome. 4 blue. Imposter Syndrome is a very funny name for a Magic card because you may have seen content creators say that they have Imposter Syndrome, which is so funny because they're not nearly important enough to feel that way. Imposter Syndrome is a 6-mana enchantment that says whenever a non-token creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you create a token that's a copy of it, except it isn't legendary. This is a card for Commander, but holy shit is this a card for Commander. This is a powerful Magic card. I know that it's a meme, but also like this is one of these cards where I look at this, it's like, yeah, you would print this even if this wasn't a meme, right? Because it's just like kind of a funny interaction. Like it's funny to show 2 Spider-Mans being like, huh? Lady Octopus Inspired Inventor. 1 blue for a 0/2 legendary human scientist villain. Whenever you draw your first or second card each turn, put an ingenuity counter on Lady Octopus. Then tap. You may cast an artifact spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to the number of ingenuity counters on Lady Octopus without paying its mana. So this is kind of an interesting card. It costs 1 mana. Right? It's a 1 mana card that is an 0/2. And you just have to draw your first or second card each turn. So I draw them for the turn. I put a counter on her. And then I play a Cryogen Relic. And I draw another card. And she goes up to 2. Because I've drawn for my first and my second card. And then on their turn, or even on this turn, I can tap her and then cast another artifact from my hand without paying its mana cost. It gets around timing restrictions if I'm reading this, right? Because you cast the card. Kyle, can you confirm? This gets around timing restrictions, right? You get to cast the card. Yeah, I like this card because the cost of inclusion is so low. Your ability to increment it is you play Magic the Gathering. And for what it's worth, I've been dying to find out a way to get Mox Amber in some of these like Welder Emery style decks. And this is the kind of card that you want to have to make your Mox Amber more playable. Yeah, less than or equal to. So I'm not tapping her with 5 counters on her and I have to cast a 5-drop. I could just cast my Ichor Wellspring or an Aether Spellbomb, or I don't know. Maybe I do just cast like a KCI or something. Yeah, I'll be sure to give this card a try. I think I was low on this on my initial read, but like first or second each turn, this gets out of hand quickly. Also, yeah, hungry for anything that I can Mox Amber with. Yeah, it's 1 mana. I think when you look at a 1 mana card, you probably just shouldn't be like, well, it dies to everything. It's like, yeah, but I paid 1 mana. I paid 1 mana. That's nothing. I pay 1 mana for things all the time. Also, she likes tea. British detected. British detected. I also like tea. I would fucking, you know what? I'm going to make some tea right now. Very good suggestion, Chunk. I'm going to make some tea. It's perfect tea weather. There's a pink one by a brand called Egg. They're really pretty, they're functional, and they're pretty gay. I'd rock a Smeg. Hi, everybody. Madam Web Clairvoyant. She's not a spider? I don't know enough about this. Why is Madam Web not a spider? Oh, fuck, they made a movie about Madam Web. Right. Wait, she is a mutant. Well, she's a mutant. It says mutant here. Wait, is she like an X-Men? Why did I think that she had like a dump truck ass? Not all mutants are X-Men. No, I know that. Please don't paint me as anti-mutant. I'm just ignorant to this. It's called a thorax? Damn, girl. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast spider spells and non-creature spells from the top of your library. That's very funny. Okay, sure, whatever. Whenever you attack, you may mill a card. Whatever. Cool card for limited. Non-creature spells is not nothing. Ooh, Mysterio, Master of Illusion. This is a guy that I know. 3 and a blue for a 3/3 legendary human villain. When Mysterio enters, create a 3/3 blue illusion villain creature token for each non-token villain you control. Exile those tokens when Mysterio leaves the battlefield. Oh, so you play this in a deck with a bunch of villains, and for each villain, you just make a 3/3. But when Mysterio leaves... This seems like a pretty cool card for limited. And for, you know, I don't know if they're cheap villains, then maybe. But it doesn't... I gotta tell you, this is not what I expected. I expected more stuff with, like, clones or whatever. I don't know what this guy does other than I remember the, like, 1960s cartoon or whenever... Was it the 60s or the 70s? You know the one. He like takes off his head or something. For each... Oh, I guess it includes itself. I didn't see that it included itself. So it's 4 mana for 2 3/3s at least. Yes. I mean, it's not Canlander playable, but it's not bad. This card fucks. And the best part is they knew this card fucks. Because this bad boy was illustrated by Scott Fisher. I'm not going to be able to get a German foil of this card before Atlanta, I don't think. Unless I can find somebody to bring over German Spider-Man. But this card's great. So this is Norman Osborn. The front side is 1 in a blue for a 1/1 legendary human scientist villain. Norman can't be blocked. When he deals combat damage to a player, he connives. And you can pay 1 and 3, 1 in Grixis, to transform him only as a sorcery. And then the other side, which you can only get by either transforming it or casting this, is the Green Goblin. A 3/3 legendary goblin human villain with flying, menace, and spells you cast from your graveyard cost 2 less to cast. And each non-land card in your graveyard has mayhem. The mayhem cost is equal to its mana cost. I fucking love this card. Casting this is the thing about these modal double face cards that's so cool, is that I am happy casting this card on either side. Either the Green Goblin or Norman Osborn. Both of these are fine. Like, I'm more interested in casting Norman Osborn and then later transforming it. Potentially, when I've drawn some cards, connived a bit, and grown Norman Osborn out of bolt range, or got it out of bolt range once I transform it into the Green Goblin. Like, this thing gets bigger. This is, it's like combination Looteriel Core and Guild Thief. Beg your pardon? That's pretty fucked up. And then, yeah, if you draw this later and you're like, yeah, 4 mana this. Oh, my kettle's ready. 1 second. This card rules. I love this card so much. So much. But also, like, whatever you want to do. Your call. Yeah. I have so much shit to get through. Okay. Computer, 9-minute timer. You learned your lesson from Concealed Curtains. They killed in response. Yeah, but this does something on the front side, Robin. I mean, Curtains blocks. I don't know. For what it's worth, I played with this card today, and it was good. This card was legit. The fact that you can't block it, it gets bigger. Like, this card will kill people. And then this side will kill people too. Okay. Secret Identity. Wait, this card releases at the end of the month? What the hell? What? I thought these released in like a week. Secret Identity is 1 blue for an instant. Choose one. Conceal. Until end of turn, target creature you control becomes a citizen with base power toughness 1/1, gains hexproof. Or Reveal. Until end of turn, target creature you control becomes a hero with power and toughness 3/4 and gains flying and vigilance. Yeah, it's Arcade Post, and it's a callback to Unmask. I think this card has actually one of the better dive downs that have been printed. Slip out the back definitely has its strengths. But this card being able to dive down, like make it, give it hexproof in the face of like Swords to Plowshares or Fatal Push or whatever is great. And then being able to push damage, because giving it a base power and toughness and flying and vigilance, not nothing for like a utility creature, lets you push in some damage, lets you race kind of nicely. All for 1 mana at an instant. I might play this in Flying Men. I think I still have 1 dive down slot in Flying Men, and I could see myself playing this card. What is Biggie got to creep with? Spider Bite. Web Warden. What? Margot Kess? Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to feed the... Oh, it's her! I saw her. She was in the film. She was in the movie. I watched the movie. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 legendary spider avatar hero. When Spider Bite enters, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Unfortunately, this card is not Jill from the Final Fantasy sets, but it does what Jill does. And so you should play Jill. This is unfortunately just a worse Jill. It is an uncommon, but it is a worse Jill. Spider Sense. 1 and a blue for an instant with web slinging for a single blue. Counter target instant spell, sorcery spell, or triggered ability. This is a very weird card. I will say it's kind of funny that this card counters Demonic Consultation, Tainted Pact, and the Thoracle trigger, which is pretty fun. And I think probably worthwhile in the right deck. In like in a deck that can reliably have creatures on the board to return, I don't hate playing this card. I don't think it's a card that is going to say, Jill says other permanent Spider Bite can bounce herself. Can I introduce you to something called Lab Mansplaining? Just because we haven't had an opportunity to explain this. That's not a good explanation now that I'm looking at it. Jill says other permanent Spider Bite can bounce herself. When's that popping up? When's that popping up? How relevant is that going to be? And how is that going to outweigh the other benefits of Jill? You're talking about a very specific corner case that is not ever going to show up. Very rarely show up. But I can't storm out with a Lurin. Come on. Anyways. This feels like the kind of card that I would only really play if I just fucking knew someone was going to Thoracle me. Or like tinker me or something. You know. I could actually, because this I could say, well, this deals with Storm too. Right? This is pretty good against Storm. Counter the DT. Counter the triggered ability on the Storm spell. Still lose to Brain Freeze. Yeah, it's incredibly CDH coded though. The Clone Saga. I thought this was a Star Wars thing. This is a 4-mana saga for 3 and a blue. Chapter 1, Surveil 3. Chapter 2, when you next cast a creature spell this turn, copy it except the copy isn't legendary. Chapter 3, choose a card name. Whenever a creature with the chosen name deals combat damage to a player this turn, draw a card. Oh, Robin, ignore the price. This means nothing right now. This shit happened with Final Fantasy 2. It happened with Edge of Eternities. Happens with every single new set that comes out. This card is going to be $1 or $2. Yeah, don't ignore it. Just like flat out, it's not real. They're lying to you, brother. Yeah, this is a 4-mana saga that only does Surveil 3 on the first time. I'm good. This card is interesting. Unfortunately, we're at a point where like I look at a 2-mana spell and I'm like, I don't know. But this one's kind of real. Unstable Experiment. 1 and a blue for an instant. Target player draws a card, then up to 1 target creature you control connives. So this could be 2 mana. I'm going to draw 2 and discard a card, and then, you know, if I discard a thing, I put a 1/1 counter on my creature, right? 2 mana, draw 2, discard a card. If you have a creature, 2 mana catalog, busted. 2 mana catalog that puts the counter on a creature, busted. And then I love that you can target your opponent. So if you're against Thoracle, technically you could just draw the card. That's kind of funny. I just don't know where I'd play it, why I'd play it now. Like 2 mana is tough. Maybe there's like a prowessy deck that's like, I just need 1 more. I would kill for another like cantrip, and it's like, all right, just play this. Makes the thing bigger. How big is your electrostatic infantry going to be, huh? Fucking huge, bud. Whoosh. 1 and a blue instant with kicker for 1 and a blue. You return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If the spell was kicked, you draw a card. This is just Into the Royal or Blink of an Eye. And we don't see those cards anymore. And frankly, well, actually, this might have better art than those two. I don't know. This guy is real bald. All right. Let's get some other black cards set up. You still play them? In what? What are you playing Into the Royal in? The most bald bounce spell in the game? Computer stop? Has to be, right? What? Bald. Oh man. The Avatar set must be so good for how do you do multiple searches? I want to find bald bounce spells. I played it and I'm bald as fuck. I mean, come on, man. You don't need to be so hard on yourself. This is fucked up. What do you mean bald? He's balding. He's not bald. Why are you calling Laquatus bald? This is so fucked up. Let me go get my tea. This is so fucked up. Oh, Robin, I got a sick pickup that I don't know if I showed you while you're here. Peep this. Where are you? Where are you? Ooh. Ooh. Look at that bad boy. Look at that, a bad boy. That's a clean, brother. Clean. All right, I gotta get my tea. Yeah, I'm older right here. Saigon, no, Siam, or green elephant. O tag removal. Just put that in. Just put that in Google. Oh, of course it's recoil. Oh, unsummon. There's a bald unsummon? Of course it's fucking recoil. Robin, you gonna get this done? Oh, no. All right. Let's talk black cards. Agent Venom. Who is this? Oh, this is... Wait a minute. This is Flash Thompson, right? This is Flash Thompson. He gets turned into Venom. I think I know about this. 2 and a black for a 2/3 legendary symbiote soldier hero. Excuse me. With Flash, Menace, and whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you draw a card and lose a life. I mean, that's not bad. What is Midnight? Is it literally called Midnight Marauder? There's no way, right? Midnight Reaper. Non-token creature you control dies. This deals the damage and you draw a card. And this is... You draw a card and you lose a life. And this triggers off of itself. I don't know. Maybe if you're a version of Kratz and you want an additional one, but like... It's 3 mana. It draws you cards. You can maybe catch somebody off guard with it. Maybe in like a 2-color Aristocrats list. Seems fine. I'm not like the most excited for this card. Behold, the Sinister Six. Craven, Mysterio, Doc Ock, Sandman, Electro, and Vulture. Is Rhino not a part of that? I thought Craven was doing his own thing. I don't know anything about comic books. 7 mana for a sorcery. Return up to 6 target creature cards. With different names from your graveyard to the battlefield. Well, this costs 7 mana. But this is kind of funny. Well, the Sinister Six roster changes. Oh, it's like an esports team. Black Cat, Cunning Thief. 3 black for a 2/3 legendary human rogue villain. When Black Cat enters, look at the top 9 cards of target opponent's library. Exile 2 of them face down, and put the rest on the bottom of their library in a random order. You may play the exiled cards for as long as they remain exiled. Mana of any type can be spent to cast spells this way. Angel, I think you already have this card in Ladies Cube, but this is a cool card for Ladies Cube. I'm not going to lie. I thought Black Cat was like bitten by a cat kind of situation. But now I'm finding out she's just a I don't know, like a superhero or a villain. Is she a villain? She's a villain. But she's a rogue. Jesus, the ass they drew on her. My goodness. She might be my favorite character in the game. Or whatever this is. I thought she was a cat. A Catwoman knockoff? Alright. She's literally... woman knockoff is insane. That's fucked. She's got bad luck powers. Oh, is she a superhuman? Psionic ability to alter probability fields to cause bad luck towards others. Isn't that just like always cracked? I mean, I guess I don't want to talk about power scaling or power like superpowers or whatever, because then I'm gonna get into the fucking great autism war of 2025. Because it's like, I don't know, they're busted if they want to rate them to be busted, but those sound fucked. That's so wild. Don't play this card in Highlander. But this, I can't wait to play this card in Ladies Cube. Eddie Brock. I know this guy. 2 and a black for a 3/3 legendary human hero villain. When Eddie Brock enters, return target creature card with mana value 1 or less from your graveyard to play. And then you can pay 3 black, red, and a green, or cast it for that mana cost to get Venom Lethal Protector. A 5/5 legendary symbiote hero villain with menace, trample, and haste. Whenever Venom attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw X cards, then you may put a permanent card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield, where X is the sacrifice creature's mana value. Flippable MDFC? Yes. These are MDFCs. You can cast them for both sides, but if you cast them on the front, you can transform them. I like this card. I like this card in Aristocrats because it returns, you know, what you need. Returns the Carrion Feeder, the Viscera Seer. Can return a like a Doom Traveler variant or whatever. But you like this one? The Todd McFarlane art? There's some wild art in this set. You know, maybe it's just because it's what I grew up on. This stuff... No, this is Todd McFarlane. I know that this is Mark Bagley. This shit rules. This is the shit that I have on... I had like a t-shirt with this Venom on it when I was younger. And I didn't even read the Spider-Man comics. I just knew Venom was the coolest thing in the world. I gotta tell you, this is what I would like to see more... what are they called? Secret Layers? This is what I would want from Secret Layers. Like, this shit is cool. Is like, you pick the like 80s, 90s, or even before, like you could go for like the earlier eras of comic book art. Like, that's dope. That's so dope. This card, this side is pretty good. Jund Aristocrats is kind of interesting. But I think you could just play this in red black that has green, because you're going to be casting Deathrite. You're going to use Deathrite Shaman, and you know, maybe you have a Minskin Boo or whatever. But this card, I like this card. I like this card. Jesus, he's fucking big. Okay, so my understanding for Eddie Brock is that the symbiote comes to Earth and it like takes over Peter's suit, right? That's how he gets the black suit. And then he like fights and abandons the black suit, or something happens. And then the symbiote needs a new host. And Eddie Brock is like a journalist or a photographer or something, and he's kind of scummy. And then it like pairs with Eddie Brock. Right? Is that that's what happens? And Eddie Brock's like a piece of shit, but he ends up doing he's like a piece of shit, kind of a grimy guy, but ends up like, because I know he makes the hero the turn to be like an anti-hero, but I don't remember what it's from. Does he make the anti-hero? Like he gets better over time as he realizes what he can do with the suit. And also there's that like, if we let this bad guy take over, then that means we don't have people to feed on, right? Full disclosure, I've never seen any of the Venom movies either. Maybe I should change that. Maybe that's what I'm going to watch on the flight. Isn't it Envy? So where does Carnage come in? Because there's a Carnage card in here. What? Because is Carnage related to the symbiote? It's the split of the symbiote. Okay. Because my impression of Carnage was Carnage. Dude, if you got the comics to lend, I'm fucking down. That I would read the hell out of these. Because, like, my impression is that a bit of the symbiote splits off of Eddie Brock, and they, like, captured it in a lab, and this real piece of shit, like, bonds with Carnage or something. Or they test, like, they test a murderer, right? Like a serial killer. And then the Carnage is like, the symbiote's like, wow, you are, like, sick, twisted motherfucker. And instead of it kind of them working together, it just ends up being this mess. Okay. I think I understand it. Now, what is this? Gwenom? Gwenom. Gwenom Remorseless. 3 black for a legendary symbiote spider hero with death touch and lifelink. And whenever Gwenom attacks until end of turn, you may look at the top card of your library any time, and you may play cards from the top of your library. If you cast a spell this way, pay like, oh, whoa, okay. So this is a 5 mana 4/4 lifelink death toucher that when you attacks, you get Bolus's Citadel until the end of your turn. That's kind of interesting. Huh. It's a Bolus's Citadel, you can Goryo's Vengeance. Huh. That's interesting. Also, I could just see a world where there's a matchup where you just cast this card and they can't get rid of it and you start using it naturally. Ooh. Yeah, this card, this card kind of fucks. I'm excited to play with this card is what I'm going to say. I recall seeing it and kind of brushing it off, but I guess I should have read the card. That's very cool. Okay, so walk me through, because I know Gwen Stacy as her neck snaps, right? I know Gwen Stacy through the lens of, like, Spider-Man has to choose between saving Gwen and saving, like, the bus, and he tries to do both or whatever, or something happens, and he learns he can't save everyone, and that's, like, a big deal, right? But also there's a ton of Gwens, right? Oh, this is the Gwen from Spider-Verse. So in that world, she's the spider person, I guess. She's the spider hero in that universe and goes through the symbiote thing? Ghost Spider. Okay. Yeah, Peter Parker becomes Lizard and he dies when they're fighting, right? They Rick and mortify the story. I'm fucking mortified, if you know what I mean. Rock solid. Okay. She feels like a character where you gotta understand, in my head, I'm like, the new Spider-Man came out in 2008. Right? Like, in my brain still treats, like, Andrew Garfield as, like, a new Spider-Man, despite the fact that that was, like, 15 plus years ago. But that's just what happens when you don't pay attention to this. Huh? Tobey Maguire. Well, he's my Spider-Man. No, my Spider-Man is when he pairs with the symbiote and he's chasing Shocker. Shocker!
Sean!
John!
Sean!
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 I will chase you to the end of the earth. This card's kind of funny. Sean! Sean! Morlun, Devourer of Spiders. X black for a 2/1 legendary vampire villain with lifelink, and Morlun enters with X/1/1 counters on him. When Morlun enters, he deals X damage to target opponent. This is just a better, this is a much stronger Maga Trader of Souls. Wait, this guy's good. This card's good, right? I mean, 3 mana for a 3/2 lifelinker that domes them for 1 and you gain 1. It's not that exciting, but I could see this card being genuinely annoying. And like, it's so funny to think of, because you think of all the busted things that people can do at 4 mana and whatnot. But like, I look at this card and I'm like, fuck, man, that's such a big lifelinker. Like, Metamorphosis Fanatic and Barrelgoyf are so annoying for a variety of reasons, but because they're just a big fuck off lifelinker. And the fact that this is one that you can like Caracas yourself, that they don't want to Caracas, that is pretty easy to tutor up, can be played just on curve as a 2-drop. And also, like, if you get a bunch of mana, you could just cast this. Like, that's kind of dope. I'd play this card. I'd consider playing this card. As the premier vampires pilot of the format, this card's getting in. This guy. Oh, fuck. Robin, I forgot to tell you. I have an idea for Storm. That I've been thinking about. I want to try a version of Storm with the 1-drops that when they die, they make treasure tokens. Like, there's 3 1-drops that when they die, they make a treasure token. And I want to play them because I want more cheap shit that I can just play out that will do something. They let you play Culling the Weak and Infernal Plunge and Diabolic Intent. And they're good at adding to Delirium for your Demonic console. So we get Diabolic Intent you can jam. They make one of your not DTs that's kind of a DT closer to DT. And they also playing them out so you can Infernal easier is legit. Thoughts? You might get the Blood Pets back in there too. I don't know. I've been jamming a lot of Lotus DT Storm. That deck's fucked up. I think it's so good. It's so good. That Tezzeret is wild. Yeah, I want to try it. Now, the Blood Pet could get back in there. I might even go for the Skirk Prospector. Anyways, I'm going to move on from Morlun and talk about Parker Luck. 2 and a black for an enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, 2 target players each reveal the top card of their library. They each lose life equal to the mana value of the card revealed by the other player. Then, they each put the card they revealed into their hand. This is Keen Duelist, right? But as an enchantment, I'm going to play this a lot in Commander, but not in Canlander. This is so funny. What the fuck is this art? Is it just a sad Peter Parker looking out the window, or looking out the window on a rainy day? There's a reflection of Henry Osborn lying dead, MJ crying, J. Jonah Jameson being mad, the symbiote being like, hey, and then getting Doc Ocked. Yeah, you don't have to target yourself, but you could target. It's him thinking of all the shitty things that have happened to him. Fuck, man. Casting Rent is Due, or Rent Due, and then playing this one. That's very funny. Prison Break, a TV show I never watched. 4 and a black for a sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to play with a 1/1 counter on it, and it has Mayhem. So this is kind of interesting. I think you are likely just playing... Sorry, I think you're likely just playing from the Catacombs if you want this kind of effect, because you can escape that from the graveyard. Obviously, this takes the initiative and whatnot. But the fact that you can discard it and still cast it, like your reanimation spell, that's not nothing when you factor in like frantic searches or like awkward careful studies, faithless looting, that kind of stuff. I mean, we're probably not playing it, but it is kind of interesting. You could maybe also, ooh, I didn't think about like weird stacks with LED and Mayhem that are kind of hot. Like this, maybe we got a Doomsday stack with this. Scorpion Seething Striker. I'm sorry, I've already portrayed you as Scorpion Seething Striker and myself as Wheeler, the sensual schemer. You have already lost this argument. 3 and a black for a 3/3 Scorpion Human Villain. Interesting that it's a Scorpion human, not a human Scorpion. It's got Death Touch and says at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, target creature you control connives. Ooh. This card is not good for Canadian Highlander, but it is pretty good for limited, right? This card's pretty good for a limited. I will say it is very funny how the flavor text tells you, because I imagine there's like 5 different Scorpions or something, and that this the flavor text tells you that this guy is Mac Gargan. That's not real. This guy's not. There's not a name Mac Gargan. Hey, does Spider-Man ever hook up with Black Cat? Leprechaun. As Mac Gargan. Wait. Is he part Scorpion? He's part Scorpion. Definitely. Ooh. Is did he get bit by a radioactive scorpion? I don't know who Silk is. Not yet. Like, what's his deal? Because I looked it up and I saw this guy put on a weird suit of armor. Stung? I think scorpions also bite, right? It's armor, but it's a part of him. I'm going to click on this. Oh, she finds out that he's a literal child and she throws up. Well, that's for being a creepy weirdo, lady. All right. Should I have maybe skipped some of these cards? Probably, but I'm having fun and I'm learning a lot. I hope you're learning a lot too, chat. Spider-Man Noir. 4 and a black for a 4/4 legendary spider human hero with menace. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, you put a 1/1 counter on it. Then surveil X, where X is the number of counters on it. That's very flavorful. That's pretty cool. This card's not good. This artwork is dope. I'm a real sucker for neo-noir stuff. I'm a big, like, I read Sin City, all of Sin City when I was younger, and I was like, this whips ass. This is so fucking cool. I love it. And then I, grew up and my taste developed, and then I returned to Sin City. I'm like, Jesus Christ. This whips ass. Like it was such a, or like I read the History of Violence graphic novel, and I was like, well, this is very much a product of its time, but damn, does this ever rip, you know? Peak Elijah Wood being a little weirdo. You mean when he was DJing at Vegas? This card, I like the artwork on this card. See, to me, this I get that you can't do this with Batman. The only comic book character that I really like would pick up graphic novels of and read was Batman. I liked reading some of the Batmans. The like Long Halloween and all that stuff. I still have the books too. And that's I've seen some of the like Batman spin-off stuff. There's a Batman where he's fucked. I don't know how to like it's not Amazing Batman. Is it Incredible Batman? There's like a Batman series where like Bane is like 15 feet tall. It must be Absolute Batman. Yeah, I saw stuff from Absolute Batman and I was like, damn. I want to watch I want to read Absolute Batman. But a lot of the like, you know, weird alternate Batmans are always like, what if Batman was Chinese? And buddy, I've already had that conversation with myself, you know, weekly. Talking about Chinese, and I'm not talking about darker than black electric Chinese Batman. Yeah, I'm talking about Chinese Batman. No, I'm not talking about Robert Pattinson. I haven't seen that Batman yet. I've heard it's pretty good, though. Bop. Welcome back for the 51st month. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for all the support. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Yeah, the alternate Basil Caparetti Loudmouth. That's a really good name. That's a really good name. Basil. What I'm getting at is that all the alternate Batman stuff that I have seen has not been exciting, but some of the alternate Spider-Man stuff does seem kind of appealing. Robin, I'm gonna come at you for those books though. I want to read those books. If you got the comics, you want to make a swap trade deal. I think I got some stuff. We could trade comics. Swarm. Wait, what? Being of Bees? Swarm Being of Bees. 2 and a black for a 2/2 legendary creature. It's an insect villain that has no manga kudasai. I don't think I have any manga anymore. I think I got rid of it all. Because my girlfriend at the time shamed me into getting rid of it. When I was moving out of my parents' house and I just had like so much manga and she's like, come on. And I was like, what do you mean? What? What's wrong with Fruits Basket? It was fucked. It is the dude from Ninja Scroll. Just don't get stung. Don't get poisoned. Tell me that's Angel in the background. No, that's Kiefer laughing. Angel wouldn't tell me to throw out my manga. Mind you, Kiefer wouldn't tell me to throw out my manga. Kiefer says all manga is hentai. I think it's the other way around. No, hentai. We have a quote for this. We have a quote in chat. And you said, shit, I did exclamation mark hentai and nothing came up and now I'm embarrassed that I did that. Quote hentai. You said, yes, hentai is anime. Yeah.
You know those charts, the circle charts?
Yeah, a Venn diagram. Yeah, it's a complete circle Venn diagram. A Van Dammogram.
Okay. Genre Darko tells me one of his fondest memories of me is when I saw a picture of Mainland Ben's brother.
Yeah.
And I said, "Oh, it's a Van Nazi strand."
No, yes, I remember. You said that at the dinner.
I gotta tell him he tried that.
The Jean-Claude Venn diagram is really powerful. That's a good username. Nobody take that one. I want Jean-Claude Venn diagram. I'm going to tweet that out. Hold on. I'm tweeting it out. I assume somebody has already come up with this. Jean-Claude Venn diagram. This is like the opening act for a Dillinger Escape Plan concert. Yeah. Google it? No, especially not if controversy's at the end. All right, I want to talk Swarm because I like this card. So 3 mana 2/2 Flash Flyer, but it has Mayhem for a single black. So Flash with Mayhem is more or less just madness, right? It's still, the timing is still just pretty reasonable. But there, what is it? Kitchen Imp? Yeah, it's kind of similar to this. We have already seen a Discard Matters deck, like a Grixis Discard Matters deck, pop up in Canlander and put up results, which is dope. That's something that I really enjoy. Wait, I'm casting a Nazi with this one? Why is this? Whoa, his name is Fritz von Meyer. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's terribly unfortunate. I think Magic's one of the major protagonists of Magic the Gathering for the longest time was a eugenicist, right? Don't search Urza Lord High Artificer controversy or Yawgmoth. Anywho, this card is it's similar enough to Kitchen Imp, and also just any kind of redundancy in this category for this deck is really cool, because if we can get a very aggressive package going on, it's already pretty aggressive in the 3-color deck. But if we can get this down to like black, red, or Jund with a very aggressive shell, that would be dope. Like, I would love to bring that to like a Friday Night Paper Fight. Is like Jund discard aggro. I remember building that for Matt Frady for a Thursday Night Highlander. He was like, "Can you build me something that's spicy?" I'm like, "I got something spicy for you, dog." And I built him like Jund aggro with all the madness cards, like Reckless Worm, Arrogant Worm, and stuff. And he won the tournament. And I was like, hell yeah, this is a thing you could do. I haven't really thought about it through that lens, but now with redundancy in this kind of effect, sure. Hi, discovered your channel through your video with Rarin. You're very funny. Oh, thank you, Amba Gaming. Yeah, I love that I'm living rent free in Raren's head. And that apparently the beginning of his last couple of videos that he's done for that show have involved him being like, "Here are the people I've tested. I did this with Wheeler, and he dismantled me." Wait, so this card is called The Death of Gwen Stacy, where he can't save her, right? I thought she snaps her neck, doesn't she? I thought that was the big thing. I mean, not that she can't just snap her neck even if she gets like just around her ankle. Yeah, she snaps. I just remember her snapping her neck. But she dies because he catches her, right? Like, that's the thing? Or something? I remember this happening a couple of times, like in a couple of interpretations. Yeah, because he caught her very poorly and she got whiplash. All right. Not my tempo. 2 and a black for an enchantment saga. Chapter 1 is destroy target creature. Chapter 2 is each player may discard a card. Each player who doesn't loses 3 life. And chapter 3 is exile any number of target player's graveyard. I mean, the fact that it is symmetrical is a little interesting. Like, you can use that to your benefit, but also, you know, I think it's too expensive. The sagas that I really like, even if they are 3 mana, and like I said at the beginning of the set review, I think that there are some sagas that are underplayed. I think sagas as a whole are just, we kind of need to reset our evaluation for them in Highlander, especially when they're just grindy, like, board pieces. This is not in that category, in my opinion. Tragic, though. The Soul Stone. This one's very funny. It's 1 and a black for a legendary artifact, type Infinity Stone. It's indestructible, has tap, add a black mana, then has 6 and a black, tap, exile a creature you control, harness the Soul Stone. Once harnessed, its Infinity ability is active. At the beginning of your upkeep, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with Infinity. So this is a cheap mana rock, right? 2 mana mana rock that comes into play untapped, adds a black, is indestructible. Then it has this additional ability that just turns it into an indestructible Debtor's Knell. I could see this card showing up in black, like X ramp decks, like the big black or mono black control that plays the acceleration like this. Its types are Infinity and Stone. Well, I'm glad I could figure that out from reading the card. What's the deal with this? Why is this in a Spider-Man set? Like, I know that Spider-Man becomes a member of the Avengers. Oh, it's just because it's a generic Marvel set? Or like it's a Marvel set? Okay. Sure. What are the other? You have the Time Stone, the Soul Stone, is it a Space Stone? Time, space, wait, time, Mind Stone? No, there's not. Time, oh my god, there is the Mind Stone. Time, power, soul, space, mind, and reality. There's fucking 6 of them? I thought there was 5. Oh no, there's 1 on the back, right? Because Thanos has, I literally just saw artwork with it. Yeah, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's 1 on the thumb. Yeah. Okay. Sure, whatever. Who cares? Fine. This card's good in, a very specific type of deck. I imagine this card, this is obviously a fake price because it's pre-sale and all that. I'm willing to imagine that this card is going to be way too much money down the line. Omen Path version. The Terminus of Return, a Terminus Stone. Yeah, sure, whatever. All right. I mean, this kind of goes hard, right? This is kind of cool. I watched the MCU movies. I didn't hate the Avengers movies. I haven't watched all of them. I watched Iron Man, Captain America, Black Panther, the first Tom Holland movie, the Avengers with the Winter Soldier, the Avengers where Spider-Man is like introduced. Or maybe that's a Captain America. I watched Captain America 2, I think. Fuck, I've seen a lot of these movies. And then Endgame and was it called Infinity? Infinity War. I watched Infinity War and Endgame. Some of them are good. They're just popcorn movies. They're whatever. They were fun to watch if it's like, fuck, I'm downtown and I've got like time to kill. Yeah. They were all right. They fall in the Star Wars category for me where I'm like, this is really cool. I don't know how you would make your entire personality about this. You know? Like, I evolved from chimps as well. I like big, splashy, cool things, and it's like, ooh. You know? This goes hard. I think obviously they're going to continue because they make so much money, but it's heartwarming to see how poorly a lot of the, you know, it's interesting to see how poorly received some of the newer movies have been, and also it's just like, didn't they just have a great ending? Like, didn't they have like a good ending with Endgame? It's literally called Endgame. I know the money, and it's all about money. It's not exactly about like a creative pursuit to enrich the soul. But like, did they go to prequels? Did they go to like alt universes? Like, what are we doing here? Anyways, Tombstone, career pizza. 2 and a black for a 2/2 legendary human villain. When Tombstone enters, return target villain card from your graveyard to your hand, and villain spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. So is he called Tombstone because he's like made out of rock, or is he called Tombstone because he's like dead? Because not knowing anything about anything, this guy just looks like, what if Solomon Grundy was like a mob boss? He is a hulking albino. Wait. Alonzo Thompson, Lonnie Lincoln. Fuck. What is his whole thing? Tombstone theme goes with everything. Why does Yowie hands? Yeah, what's his whole deal? He's just a tough dude, got exposed to a chemical which made him super durable and strong. Okay. I can't help but notice that they didn't really design Tombstone to be as goonable as some of the other characters that I've looked at so far. Wait, he was in Into the Spider-Verse? Where was he in Into the Spider-Verse? I thought it was all Kingpin. Why did Tombstone show up? Oh, he's Kingpin's right-hand guy. Oh, I see. Okay. I must have forgotten it. I mean, it's not about the money, Spider-Man. Gooner as in gooner, or a goon as in he's a goon? You know, I just realized saying goon with these people in mind is a bad idea. Venom, Evil Unleashed. 4 and a black for a 4/5 legendary symbiote villain with Death Touch. Pay 2 and a black to exile this card from your graveyard. Put 2 1/1 counters on target creature. It gains Death Touch until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. This is a big ass guy. Jesper Eisling, or Eisling. This is some fucking great art. Just wow. Yeah, very cool. I'm into it. I mean, this card's not good, but it's very cool. Look at fucking Doc Ock. Jesus, he's wide. 3 black for Villainous Wrath, a sorcery that says target opponent loses life equal number of creatures they control, then you destroy all creatures. Not going to be playable in our format. I do think Wraths are a lot better than they used to be. I would like to preach the strength of Wraths in certain builds. I think I would like to see some control decks go back to the play pattern of like Signet into Wrath. I think that's just like good now. I think that's good. He's so fucking, look at him. This buddy is built like a fucking Tetris block. With the worst haircut I've ever seen. This is, Doc Ock's got that haircut when a white guy goes into a Korean barber and says like, give me the K-pop haircut. And they're like, this never works for white men. Are you sure? And he's like, yeah, it's popular. And then he comes out looking like this. And he goes, fuck, I look like shit. Well, guess I got a better workout. If I'm going to look like shit, I can maybe get around this by being huge. Let's go into red. Angry Rabble. 1 in a red for a 2/2 trample, human citizen. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, deals 1 damage to each opponent. You can pay 6 mana to put 2 counters on this creature. Activate only as a sorcery. Why do they hate Spider-Man? This card's kind of interesting. It's not strong enough, but the 2 mana 2/2 trampler that can make itself bigger that also pings when you like curve out. This card's pretty good. In like limited and stuff. Why are you mad at Spider-Man? Did they give that woman a dump truck ass? He's literally a menace? Staten Islanders. All right, say no more, say no more. Spider-Man controversy. I'm going to be sick. Electro, assaulting battery. That's a hell of a name. 1 red for a legendary human villain. It's a 2/3 flyer that says you don't lose unspent red mana as steps and phases end. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you add a red. And then when Electro leaves the battlefield, you may pay X. When you do, he deals X damage to target player. I don't think this card's good enough. It gets Barrakist, BA style. This ability is pretty strong. Dog, we got Mom, can we get some Vivi? Don't worry, we have Vivi at home. Vivi at home. Yeah, I just can't foresee myself playing this in a serious build of a deck. Not for me. Nevin back for the 10th month. Welcome back. How you doing, Nevin? Glad to have you. Good to see you. Yeah, really cool commander, honestly. Not just being facetious. It's cool. Thank you for the 10 months. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? You shoot at them if they crack us it? Okay. Is it going to make standard even more miserable? No, that can't be true. Electro's Bolt. 3 in a red for a sorcery. Deals 4 damage to target creature and has Mayhem for 1 in a red. It's just the rate isn't good enough. If this was like 1 mana when you can do it, then maybe we're talking. Like, you'll take a Flame Slash with a discard deck. Yeah, it's just not enough. So what's Electro's deal? Oh my god, his name is Max. Is his last name like Chargington or some shit? Or his name is like Max Voltage. Max Dillon. Does he have electrical powers? He's not a mutant, he's a human mutate. Electricity manipulation. And when he charges up, he has superhuman strength, speed, healing, and can fly. Holy fuck. This is the most original superhero of all time, and he's getting fucked, man. The defeat of Spider-Man. He just tried to grab... He's holding a bag with a dollar sign on. Oh my god. That's so funny. That is so funny. That's great. Man. Yeah, I should read some of this shit. I bet they'd be a blast. I have Silver... I have like a collection of Silver Age X-Men comics, like an omnibus. I bought it from YJ a while ago. And taking advantage of that employee discount. And I remember reading it, and I didn't know anything about that era of like X-Men. And Beast is just like he's just a guy. Like, he's not blue or anything. He's just he looks like if they took the Thing and removed all the rocks, and it's just like a fat guy. Well, he's not fat, you know, he's muscular or whatever, but like his suit kind of made him look like a fat guy. It was very funny. He bought his own bag to rob the store. That's kind. Gwen Stacy, God, the digital changes to the artwork. No. For those that don't know, they changed this artwork. Especially in her face, and I'm not a huge fan of it, which is a shame because Victor does great work. Great work. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. But they were talking about it on the art group. But I'm going to read this card. So Gwen Stacy is 1 in a red for a 2/1 human performer hero. When Gwen Stacy enters, you exile the top card of your library, and you may play that card for as long as you control this creature. That's kind of cool. And then has transform for 2 blue, red, and a white, or casting Ghost Spider for 2 blue, red, and a white. For a 4/4 flying, vigilance, haste. Whenever you play a land from exile or cast a spell from exile, put a 1/1 counter on Ghost Spider. Remove 2 counters from Ghost Spider, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. I still think these cards are pretty interesting. This one, the fact that it's kind of like an Abbot of Carroll Keep, although it's a little tough to deal with. Like, there are going to be different timing scenarios where it doesn't line up with the way you want it to be. Gwen Stacy. Here we go. This is the original. This is the post for Victor Adame Minguez selling the Gwen Stacy. This is the final digitized image. Yeah, here are the changes. The original and then the changes. And I like they put a little more behind her cheeks and her jawline, which is fine. But it feels like they darkened up around her nose and like kind of under her eyes a bit. Like, very weird. Hi, Victor. Hi, Victor. Yeah, they lightened her hair. The original does look much better. Yeah. Anywho, I think this card is the hardest one of these flip cards for me to be like, I mean, this might end up being better than Eddie Brock. I could see this drawing a card, like 2 mana 2/1 draw a card, get to do a thing, play your land, hit your land, and then you just transform it and get a very powerful flying creature that also plays well defensively. But this one I'm the most unsure about. Yeah, it's one I'm most unsure about. Yeah. Hi, Mulder. But I think probably at the end of the day, a lot of these are just going to be fine to play. The flip creatures at Mythic. It's very funny how the set symbol. I think the set symbol for this looks good at Mythic and then looks pretty bad elsewhere. Like, I don't know, the commons feel a little weird. to me. Anyways, Heroes Hangout. Single red sorcery. You choose one. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one of them. Until the end of your next turn, you can play that card. And Patrol Knight. 1 or 2 target creatures each get +1/+0 and first strike until end of turn. I imagine this card is going to be quite good. I could foresee this showing up in mono red. 1 mana being able to cash in for an additional card is pretty nice, letting you hit your land drops, letting you, you know, kill off your opponent's cards, or like find the burn spell that you need, or find another spell that you need. It's until the end of your next turn, which is kind of nice. And then first strike on them is really interesting in a red deck, because first strike is obviously broken. It just makes blocking so tough. And so this card, all for 1 mana, 1 mana spell. I foresee this card showing up in mono red. Maybe with a bit more of a push for this card in the like Thermo Alchemist, not actual Thermo Alchemist, the Kessig Flame Breather versions of mono red. But yeah, I'd give this a shot. This is a cute little picture too. Hobgoblin Mantled Marauder. Okay, so Kingsley. Who's Kingsley? Hobgoblin Mantled Marauder is 1 in a red for a legendary human or goblin human villain. With flying and haste. And whenever you discard a card, Hobgoblin gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Yeah, I thought Hobgoblin was what's his name? Harry Osborn. Oh yeah, let's see who's behind the mask this time. Or maybe Harry was the new Green Goblin. I mean, it's probably changed a couple of times. I like this card quite a bit. This is it's a 2 mana flying haste creature that if you play it in the discard deck, you can just kill someone, right? It's like you play Burning Inquiry and this card gets +6/+0. That's kind of hot. Redundancy in that deck, especially at 1 and 2, is huge. So very, very excited to play with this card, because that's, like I said before, that's kind of an archetype I'd wanted to explore or want to build upon. Either the Grixis version, just straight up black-red, or Jund. I gotta keep talking about these cards, folks. J. Jonah Jameson. 2 and a red for a legendary human citizen. When J. Jonah Jameson enters, suspect up to 1 target creature. Whenever a creature you control with menace attacks, create a treasure token. These photos are garbage, Parker. I'll buy them all. This card is very cool. It's not particularly good. I do like that you can suspect your own creature. Right, he's a menace. That's what it is. He's a menace. Yeah, this is like such a flavor slam dunk. I wouldn't recommend playing this. I mean, 3 mana, make your thing unblockable. The Atlanta promo? Wait, for the Pro Tour? This card. I mean, 3 mana, 2/2. This, oh, the attendee promo. Oh, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, attendee promo, whatever. Oh, yes, because of the Yoshimaru. I mean, this card's cool. It's a cool commander card. It's very fitting. He's got a mug that's anti-Spider-Man. Why does he hate Spider-Man so much? Like, I know that his hatred for Spider-Man is very much a, like, hey, I'm a comic book character designed in, like, the 60s. But, like, did they elaborate on that at all? Or is it just he hates him because he's old, and he's like, this guy's going around doing vigilante justice and he causes more problems or whatever. Is he in a real world, is he somewhat justified in his like suspicion and his like distaste of Spider-Man? Like it feels like there's a way where you could write this character, and I imagine it has happened, as being like, you know, worst guy you know has a reasonable point or whatever, where it's like, yeah, whatever happened to him killing Gwen Stacy or whatever? Like, you know, was that a blep? Oh, it's not a blep. You just had food and your mouth is a little stained. That's what it is. I see. Anyways. Ooh. Gonna tell everybody. Masked Meower. 1 red for a 1/1 Spider Cat hero with haste, and discard a card. Sacrifice this creature, draw a card. Conics. Chunk, you have the natural ability of saying something right as I look over at chat. And it's impressive, I'll give you that. He would have hated masked ice agents. See, that's what I'm saying. Is like, I get the vibe of J. Jonah Jameson is like he's portrayed as being cartoonish and whatever. Because get this, he's a cartoon. But like, yeah, I got the vibe that like it goes both ways, you know? Anyways, Masked Meower is an insolent neonate, except it has haste instead of menace. Insolent neonate doesn't really see much play in Canadian Highlander. Doesn't really see play in Dredge anymore. I wonder if there's a version of Dredge that wants to play it. Dredge is kind of underexplored, frankly, outside of like the main version that's showing up. And this card's kind of interesting. Neither cat what is the story behind Spider Cat? And is there the reason they didn't call this Spider Cat is because they needed this to not be a legendary card? It's a Spider Cat. All right, say no more. How does the Spider Cat make the webbing? Now, this is, I'm sure, not a very controversial opinion, but certainly a very normie opinion as somebody that doesn't read the comics. But like, I really think they should have just said, yeah, he shoots the webbing out of his wrist or whatever. Right? The web shooters are the stupidest things. Like, it's just like it's a comic book or whatever. I know that some of them do. I have seen the clip of the Andrew Garfield, Tom Holland, and Tobey Maguire all sitting around, and he's like, "What are you talking about, web shooter?" Web shooters are good. We need Pete being smart sometimes. Yeah, but we know he's smart. I don't think you need the web shooters to make him smart. But I imagine this is being argued, you know, to death. Yeah, it has big, like, 60s, like, atomic age, like, you know, I'm a nerd, I'm doing things for science. I get that. Maximum Carnage. 4 and a red. It's an enchantment saga. As it enters... Wait, I'm reading what a saga does. Chapter 1, until your next turn, each creature attacks each combat if able, and attacks a player other than you if able. Chapter 2 is you add 3 red, and Chapter 3 is deals 5 damage to each opponent. I'm not playing this card in 1v1, but damn do I want to play this card in Commander. That's a cool Commander card. This card hits the table, fucking goads everything. Interesting that they didn't want to put goad on it, but goads everything, then add a bunch of mana, then dome people out. That's very funny. Molten Man, Inferno Incarnate. 2 and a red for a 0/0 elemental villain. It's a legend. When Molten Man enters, search your library for a basic mountain card. Put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Molten Man gets +1/+1 for each mountain you control. When Molten Man leaves the battlefield, sacrifice a land. Why do so many people develop these superpowers or become mutants and then decide to use them for bad? For selfish reasons. Like, selfish reasons that are also illegal. Like, maybe they don't want vaccines. That social outcast, people suck. Yeah, I mean, I do get that. And I understand that that's, you know, you kind of need that for these stories to work a lot of the time. Especially because so many of these characters have popped up during the 60s. Like, that's when they showed up. He was a scientist who could not wait to use his skills to become rich, and once worked at Oscorp Industries as the laboratory assistant to the creator of the Spider Slayers. What the fuck is that? But he mutated. Dog, can't you just, like... there's got to be a better thing you can do. Anyways, this card's like an Alpine guide. It's kind of cool. Ramps you for as long as it sticks around. You're not playing this in Canlander. Raging Goblinoids. 4 and a red for a 5/4 haste Goblin Berserker villain that has Mayhem for 2 and a red. I think this is a bit too expensive for the kind of Mayhem. Like, it's just an idiot. It's an idiot. It's just an idiot. It just hits for 5, which is kind of nice. Gets blocked. I would honestly rather play Arrogant Worm and Reckless Worm. Romantic Rendezvous. 1 and a red for a sorcery. Discard a card, then draw 2 cards. This card is great because it's despite it being a sorcery, it's not an additional cost. So if you have 0 cards in hand, you can cast this and you just draw 2 cards. That's pretty nice. Thrill of Possibility and Wild Guess and whatnot don't see a ton of play in Canlander. People tend to prefer the Reckless Impulse or Ren's Resolve. But I could see this card showing up and kind of joining that fray, right? Partially because you can cast those while Hellbent. Though that is huge, right? If you do have a card in your hand, you will have to discard it. So that's a little bit of an iffy diffy. But often you want to sequence those cards later on, unless you're trying to hit land drops. And if you're trying to hit land drops, you're going to do it. Face it, Tiger, you just hit the jackpot. Okay, see, this is a thing. Angel has told me about this lore a couple of times, but now first off, Face it, Tiger. What are we talking about here? So the lore as it was described to me is the first meeting, and this is her first line in the comic, is when they are set up for a blind date. Oh, I still have Angel's webcam up in the corner. Yikes. They're set up for a blind date, and that's the first thing she says, because he's like, oh, what if it's an ugly woman? Yeah, hold on. I make this. Yes, I've seen this. Face it, Tiger, you just hit the jackpot. Damn, she looks high as hell. How old is he supposed to be in this? Oh, I want to just open the image. God, I hate Reddit so much. Why does he look like he's 35? He spent 5 issues avoiding the date. Aunt May and MJ's aunt. Okay, I see. Canadian Highlander. What a BK. How you doing? calls him Tiger affectionately. Honestly, I'd buy it. I'd buy it. Anywho, card's pretty good. Shadow of the Goblin. 1 in a red for an enchantment with unreliable visions. At the beginning of your first main phase, discard a card. If you do, draw a card. And Undying Vengeance. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, this enchantment deals 1 damage to each opponent. This is kind of a funny card where if you end up going Hellbent, you draw your card for the turn, and then you always have to say goodbye to that card. Unless it's an instant, then you can cast it. But again, this is not like the previous card. You discard a card, and if you do, you draw a card. And then whenever you play a land or cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, deals 1 to each opponent. I don't think this card's going to see Canadian Highlander play, but this is a dope card for Commander. You've got to see the digital art on this Quintorius crotch shot. What? He's wearing pants. What do you mean crotch shot? I can't wait for the New Year's. When we start 2026, we're going to have to do some stuff. We're all going to have to make some New Year's resolutions to become fuckers more than jerkers. All right? Some of you need to start fucking more than jerking, because it's really, I don't want, like, you're like, not to blow up your spot, HD, but you're like, you got to see the digital art on this. I'm like, okay, sure. I will look at this artwork. And then that's what you're showing me? That's a lot. I've been trying, but I don't have social skills. That's why I'm giving you until 2026. That's why I'm giving you time. You're doing your best. We gotta put something together for folks. Apo GG, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Thank you. Shocker, Unshakable. Sorry. Somebody said I do have social skills and I'm hot, but unfortunately the lesbians are all intimidated by me. I've never heard intimidation backfiring when it comes to courting lesbians. That's a skill issue. And maybe you know that. But don't, come on. Come on. Speaking of being a jerker, here's a page where Aunt May finds MJ's nudes. I don't want to click on that link. I'm not clicking on that link. In what world? I don't even care if it's not going to show anything. The only thing I want to see is with this ring IV web. That's what I know about Spider-Man. So Shocker costs 6 mana, is a 5/5 legendary human rogue villain that says during your turn, Shocker has first strike. And when Shocker enters, he deals 2 damage to our creature and 2 damage to the creature's controller. This is a 6 mana card. Okay, so what's the difference between Shocker and Electro? Because I read the word Shocker, and I think several things, but I mostly think that, isn't this just, like, he's got some kind of electric ability, right? Vibro Shock Gauntlets. Or unless he uses like if he's like a vibrations or an earthquake or whatever. Shocker doesn't have power, only gauntlets. So he chooses to dress up like this? I mean, I guess they all choose to dress up like that. That's fucking wild, dog. This isn't like a special suit? Is this a special suit? Or does he just he wants to wear this, like, it's kind of like a leotard, right? This is terrible. Anyways, I'm moving on. I'm just gonna click on a bunch of them. This one's kind of funny. Oh, this doesn't do what I want it to do. Okay. Spider-Gwen Free Spirit. 2 and a red for a legendary creature. Spider Human Hero. This is going to throw me off. My brain wants to say Human Spider Hero. Tech 9, the Toxic Spider. Tekla, the Toxic Spider.
Tekla, the Toxic Spider.
Tekla.
She does the thing where she goes upside down. And
Tekla, the Toxic Spider.
Cool. Look at her go upside down.
Oh, she's kind of bad, though.
She's a baddie.
She's like JoJo's posing and shit.
Ooh-wee.
Uh-oh.
The first baddie I ever saw.
She's got cornrows. I'm canceling her ass. Woot, 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 woot. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like human spider, right? I know that it's Spider-Man, and so you have Spider-Human. I don't want to listen to Puff Daddy in any capacity, but I do want to listen to this song because it's an absolute banger. What does this card do? 3 mana, 2/3 reach. Whenever Spider-Gwen becomes tapped, you can discard a card, and if you do, draw a card. I should have asked them while I was at Wizards. Yeah, this card's not. Unless there might be. I mean, there's a combo with this, right? No, because you're never up cards. Sure. I do like that. I will say, I like that she wears ballet flats. I thought that was a very cool quality of this character. Yeah, when I watched the Spider-Verse films, I was like, oh, that's cool. That makes sense. That's just a thing that, you know, she's a teenager. She'll probably have them on her or something, or she knows how to buy them or steal them from school or something. Spider Islanders. 3 and a red for a 4/3 Spider Horror Citizen. And you can mayhem the card for 1 and a red. So 1 and a red's pretty easy to actually get out. I could see this card show up in the discard deck. Maybe the more aggressive discard deck. Because, you know, 2 mana 4/3. It's the fact that you can pitch it and then it can come back. That's kind of exciting. What the fuck are these guys? We've done it, Professor Warren. The glorious. Oh, wait. Is this when they're trying to make everybody a spider? They're trying to turn. I think I know about this. They tried to turn Manhattan to all. Yes. Yes. Okay. I think I vaguely remember this. Are these people in agony? Or is this just like they got turned into weird spider people and they continued their lives? I mean, it doesn't look that good. Spider-Punk. 1 and a red for a 2/1 legendary Spider Human Hero with Riot. For those that don't remember what Riot is, Riot says this creature enters with your choice of a 1/1 counter on it or haste. So in this case, Spider-Punk can come into play as a 2 mana 3/2 or a 2 mana 2/1 with haste. Other spiders you control have Riot. Spells and abilities can't be countered. This is symmetrical. And damage can't be prevented. This card's kind of nice. 2 mana 3/2 or 2 mana 2/1 haste that can attack through the One Ring. It's kind of nice. Can gets around protection as well. You can't block something with protection, but if they block with like a True Name doesn't have protection. But if they block with like they try to Mother of Ruins or something, they're going to get got. I like this card. I saw people freaking the fuck out about this card, which I think is very funny because like this card's fine. I mean, they're freaking out over like Commander or whatever, but like this card is fine. It's got some play to it. It's pretty good. I could see it showing up in Red Deck Wins or like Boros Humans. I could see it maybe showing up in that Boros list that Angel was playing on Sunday. The like Boros Death and Taxes style deck, maybe. I like those decks when they focus on the human package. And this seems pretty good for that. And you will run into additional spiders. It's CDH playable. I guess the whole you can't counter this stuff is kind of nice. Spider-Verse. 3 red. Enchantment. The legend rule doesn't apply to spiders you control. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, you may copy it. If you do, you may choose new targets for the copy. If the copy is a permanent spell, it gains haste. Do this only once each turn. This is a commander card. Cool commander card for your spider commander deck or something. I don't know who these are. Spinneret and Spiderling. Spinneret is a dope name for a superhero. It's a 1 red for a 1/2 legendary spider human hero. Whenever you attack with 2 or more spiders, you put a 1/1 counter on Spinneret and Spiderling. Whenever Spinneret and Spiderling deal 4 or more damage, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. You still have to pay for the cost. Alternate universe MJ and their daughter. Like, no, not MJF. Mary Jane Watson. The guy, the girl that worked with Sherlock. She does wrestle. They all kind of look like wrestlers. Is this okay? So, is this with? This is probably the best chance to ask this because I think I've asked this before. So this is Mary Jane Friedman is better than you, Tiger, and you know it. Okay, so hold up. Does she have spider powers here? And does Peter have spider powers in this world? I guess, is this Mary Jane married to Peter Parker? In this universe, does Peter Parker have spider powers? And she and their daughter have spider powers. Mary Jane Freeman is better than you. Oh, wait, I'm just reading that again. Peter invented a way to give her spider powers in the universe? Okay. Now, this is a good turn for me to ask this. Good time, excuse me. Who's Paul and why do Spider-Man fans hate him? His name's Paul or is it Phil? It's something like that. Because Twitter thinks that I wanted to know something about comics even before this set. And I really didn't want to. But Paul Muad'Dib. I don't know. He cucks Spider-Man. Okay, so is he like MJ and Peter break up and she marries Paul? Author self-insert who started dating MJ. He literally manifested from nowhere with no purpose other than breaking him up. Oh, they weren't married. They were just dating? Maybe? They had to, yeah, they have to figure out a way to end the relationship. Okay. Okay, that's all I need to know. Sheevan, back for the 61st month. We need to schedule nexties? Yes, let's. Please. DM me on Blue Sky. We'll figure it out. Thank you for the support. I hope you're doing well. Have you seen these Spider-Man cards? I'm not a Spider-Man guy, but some of these cards are a lot of fun. I mean, I know they're a lot of fun. I played with them, but also they look kind of cool. They sold their marriage to the devil. What the fuck is this Spider? What is Spider-Man about? Anyways, let's talk about Stegron, the Dinosaur Man. 4 and a red for a 5/4 legendary dinosaur villain with menace. It also has an activated ability of Dinosaur Formula. For 1 and a red, you discard this card. Until end of turn, target creature you control gets +3/+1 and becomes a dinosaur in addition to its other types. It is my intention. Is this the cancer guy? This is the guy that's like you can rewrite genetic code and you decide to turn instead of curing cancer, you turn everybody into a dinosaur. And he's like, yeah, because I want to turn everybody into a dinosaur, not cure cancer. That's Sauron. You got to be more specific. He's an X-Men villain. This is a different dinosaur guy. That guy's DC Comics. I swear to God, Spider-Man is in that picture. 5 mana, 5/4. Pay 1 into red. Discard it until end of turn. Target creature becomes. I like the Blood Rush style cards, but not giving a trample is a bit of a pisser. Also, I kind of don't like that this doesn't give menace. Usually these cards, like you get the vibe of like, hey, I know it's not Blood Rush, but or Channel, but like the vibe of like, hey, this thing gets menace, so you discard it and you lose out on having this, but you give them menace. Mind you, I think that this card is probably pretty good in limited because it's a common legendary creature, so it's a way to get these out of your hand, so you're not just sitting on them. That guy's on a segue. Superior Foes of Spider-Man. 2 and a red for a 3/3 human rogue villain with trample, and whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, you may exile the top card of your library, and if you do, you may play that card until you exile another card with this creature. That's kind of cool. I don't think this is good in Highlander, but it's a very cool card. Okay, so who do we have? This is Gumbo. He got Beetle. We have Beetle, Shocker, Gumbo, Gramba, and Tompo. Interesting. It's what if the Sinister Six was a bunch of fuck-ups? That's kind of cool. Wait, why is Shocker there then? Shocker! I will follow you to the ends of the earth! Alright, let's go to green. P. Diddy, I hope you all these cards kind of stink. Guess I'll pull up this. Damage Control Crew, 3 and a green for a 3/3 human citizen. When this creature enters, you choose one. Repair, you return target card with mana value 4 or greater from your graveyard to your hand. And impound, exile target artifact or enchantment. It's a little too expensive. We come a bit of a ways from this. Until his webbing dissolves. In the Lex, they know. God, I hate how many minute-long intros are on this album. Yeah, I think this is a bit too expensive. We love to see a card that can return anything. It's not just creature or permanent. It can return anything that costs 4 or greater, which is kind of nice. What is this guy? Ezekiel Sims, Spider Totem. On and on and on and to the crib and Wesley Bonin. Beating I'm on the phone in. Platinum Chanel cologne in. I say dressed to impress. Ezekiel Sims, Spider Totem. 4 and a green for a 3/5 legendary Spider Human Advisor with reach. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, target spider you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Okay. So I swear to God I've seen this guy. I had no idea he was a spider. Ain't trying to wait. Conversate. Sex on the first date. What you do to me? Yeah, I've seen this guy. I didn't know he was a spider. Featuring Silk? Who's Silk? Wait, he's in the Across the Spider-Verse? When is he in Across the Spider-Verse? Does he shoot webs? Who's this guy? Yeah, I know that there's like the Madam Web, and there's like, cause that was my Spider-Verse. Was I remember the cartoon talking like, there's all these different spiders across in alternate universes and galaxies, or not galaxies, but you know what I mean. Anyways, whatever. I'm using this partially as a exercise in learning about new characters, not unlike we did with Final Fantasy. But this is a little more interesting. Grow extra arms, 1 in a green for an instant. This spell, if it targets a spider, costs 1 less to cast, +4/+4. That's kind of funny. Not like this. Craven's Last Hunt. 3 in a green. As this saga enters, and after you draw... Wait, why do I keep doing this? Chapter 1 is you mill 5 cards, and when you do, the saga deals damage equal to the greatest power among creatures in your graveyard to target creature. That's pretty cool. Chapter 2, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Less cool. And then Chapter 3, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Expensive. Okay, so Craven, he's a hunter, right? And he's like he's got this like, I'm going to hunt the most dangerous game or whatever, and it's man. Like, isn't he paid to hunt down Spider-Man? Then he like fails or kind of succeeds, and then he Peter escapes or whatever. But it doesn't, he kills Spider-Man, right? Or he like thinks he kills Peter. I vaguely remember this from the cartoon when I was younger. What's his whole story? I'm going to read it. Craven the Hunter. Why does he dress like that? Oh, did he kill Venom? Did he get Peter when Peter was Venom? He calls Spider-Man the most dangerous game. Yep, that's what I figured it was. Is he a superhuman? It says he's a human mutate. Okay. Why do you look like that, man? He buries in the tomb. Yes, because I remember seeing him like come out of the, he was never Venom. Well, you know what I mean. Actually, he's not Venom. He's just wearing the black suit with the symbiote. Yeah, but I have a job. I leave the house. I look people in the eye when I talk to them. You'll forgive me if I'm not too specific with my language for something that I have only engaged with as a child. Like, right? Give me a little wiggle room on this one. Also, yeah, as we've figured out throughout this this stream, this IP is fucked. Like, this is all over the place. MJ is the current Venom. I'm learning so much. Lizard, Connor's Curse. 2 green for a legendary lizard villain. It's a 5/5 with trample that has lizard formula. When Lizard, Connor's Curse enters, up to one other target creature loses all abilities and becomes a green lizard creature with base power and toughness 4/4. This card's pretty cool. I could actually see this card showing up in play. Not just because it's a 4-mana 5/5 trampler. That's not even exciting nowadays. But it's big. 4 is not unreasonable to cast. And importantly, it's not that unreasonable to like Eldritch Evolution into if you really need to. Bricking a creature for all of its abilities. Bricking. Everybody keep typing lizard in chat. Genuinely, it's making me chuckle. I like that it's an answer for some really annoying utility creatures. I like that you can buff your own elf. I think this card's pretty cool. Yeah, I could see this card. This card will show up in Canlander play. Maybe a little niche, maybe more in like a Rexer kind of deck. But yeah, I could see this card. So Lizard, I know about. And because yes, it says it in the flavor text, right? He like lost an arm or lost something, and he's like, lizards regrow their tails, and so he tried to do the DNA thing, and he turns into a gigantic, like walking Komodo dragon, but is also still like a genius scientist, right? Like he has that vibe of like, hey, he's got that Gorilla Grodd / Hulk kind of vibe of, well, not Hulk, because Hulk's not Dr. Banner. But you know, it has that like, I'm a big scary guy, but I'm also really smart. That's the scariest thing. He's not a jerker. This guy's a fucker. This guy's a fucker. You kidding me? Damn, look at those. You can grate cheese on those. Yeah, he's got a Jekyll Hyde going on. I could see that. Did he never go through... I mean, I imagine most characters have gone through some stuff. I was under the impression that this character also went through a... like an anti... Did he not go through an anti-hero thing? Or like... maybe not anti-hero, but he had like a... No, I'm a tragic figure kind of arc. Like a Dr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze? What the hell is his name? Like I could have sworn he had like a yeah, he was chilling the animated series. That's what it was. That's what it was. But that's the 90s cartoons where Kingpin goes That's what that's Senior Freeze. What is his name? It's Mr. Freeze, right? Yeah, it's Mr. Freeze. Anyways, I'm moving on. Miles Morales. 1 and a green for a 1/2 legendary human citizen hero. When Miles Morales enters, you put a 1/1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. This can include itself. And then it has transform for 3 red, green, and a white, but you can also just pay that to get Ultimate Spider-Man. Damn, that looks cool. That looks pretty dope. A 4/3 first strike haste that has camouflage. Pay 2 generic, put a 1/1 counter on this. He gains hexproof and becomes colorless until end of turn. Whenever you attack, double the number of each kind of counter on each spider and legendary creature you control. Okay, so I really liked this card. I think this card's cool. I would like to, after this set drops, I would like to experiment with green-white humans counters. I know that we have talked about counters a lot on North 100, Canadian Highlander podcast. I kind of put a stop to that. I was like, we do this too much. We need to stop doing this because it doesn't like... this deck hasn't put up a ton of numbers. I genuinely think that after the past couple of sets, though, especially with this, if you build green-white humans with that is also just green-white counters, you have a real deal like build there. The red mana we'll figure out later, but like, yeah, this card's annoying to Caracas. Quite strong at building up a board presence, like Champion of the Parish into this card. Whoo! Back for 3. And then this thing just, God forbid they untap, because you're never killing it. Cool. Oh my god, did they fucking give him Jordans? He's got Jordans on. And he's from Brooklyn, right? He's from Brooklyn. Peter Parker's from Queens. Okay. Gotcha. I'm learning so many things. Radioactive Spider. Single green mana for a 1/1 spider with reach and death touch. And has Fateful Bite. Pay 2 generic, sacrifice this creature, search your library for a spider hero card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle, use only as a sorcery. So this is kind of an interesting magic card. I kind of just want to see a list of changelings. Oh, Chameleon Colossus. There's not real... I mean, this card's good. Don't get me wrong. Formless Genesis is kind of good. Like, 1/1 Death Touchers are genuinely annoying. They can really gum up the board. Reach and Death Touch is very powerful, especially at 1 mana. I'm sure there's a large collection of spider heroes that you can find in the set. That's the whole point of this spider. I was looking for like combo applications for this because it has to be a spider hero. That might be a little tough getting. But this card's very powerful. Can't imagine they're making that many spider heroes, but like this is a very powerful card. I don't know where you're playing it. I think it'd be cute if there was a version, like some deck that ends up playing this in like a couple of good Spider-Man cards. Excuse me. Sandman, Shifting Scoundrel. One green for a legendary sand elemental villain. That has power and toughness equal number of lands you control. Can be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. And you can pay 3 green to return this card and target land from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. This card's kind of interesting. I talked about like a mono green lands deck, like mono green lands mid-range. This card could go in that. This card could go in like a 2-color lands mid-range deck. It's annoying. It can get real big. And this can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less, can really let you push some damage. But it's also just kind of an idiot, right? It's just a block of stats, no real evasion, which can be a bit of a downside. Scout the City. 1 and a green for a sorcery. You choose one. Look around. You mill 3 cards, and you can put a permanent card from among them into your hand, and you gain 3 life. Or Bring Down. Destroy target creature with flying. This is kind of funny. It unfortunately is not a Grapple the Past. It's closer to Malevolent Rumble, and they'll never be Malevolent Rumble. I love Malevolent Rumble. That card is so good. And unfortunately, it's not. Even with the Destroy creature with flying, which is not bad. And I think that the cards that do this kind of effect that are not Malevolent Rumble or do not have something attached to it, you know, they kind of fall off for me. They kind of don't do it. That's my vibe. It's no Commune with Beavers. Few are. Spider Ham, Peter Porker. One in a green for a legendary spider boar hero. When Spider Ham enters, you create a food token. And then has Animal Mayhem. Other spiders, boars, bats, bears, birds, cats, frogs, dogs, jackals, lizards, mice, otters, rabbits, raccoons, rats, squirrels, turtles, and wolves you control get +1/+1. I've seen this character. That was in one of the Spider-Verse cards, right? Like this was a Spider-Verse card, or the first one. The one where he like works with all of them to Kingpin. I might play this in a food list because it's just a 2-mana 2/2 that makes a food that can. There's just so many random creatures that get buffed by this. Too many to list, frankly. 2-mana 2/2 that you can Caracas that makes a food is kind of nice, though. Honestly, I'll take it. Peter Porker. So is he like? What's his whole deal? Is he like Howard the Duck? Does he have some big secret like power associated with him, or is he just a cartoon animal? He's from a cartoon animal world. Oh, wait, does this mean that like the Lego Spider-Man is canonically like a world? There's like a alternate universe where everything's Lego? He's a Looney Tune, I see. There's so many cards. Howard the Duck is an alien? All right. I'm going to keep going. I mean, I did say I'd talk about every legendary card. No. Peter Porker is all kinds of animal people. Howard the Duck is just ducks. Ah, I see. How's it going, Ian? Lego World is in the second Spider-Verse movie. Yeah, I watched the second Spider-Verse movie. And if I told you what I gave it on Letterboxd, unfortunately, I don't know how to describe. I mean, this is probably a reasonable time to talk about these films. So I've watched both the Spider-Verse movies. How people explained how people relayed their thoughts on the Enter the Spider-Verse. Is that the second one? Where is it? I watched it. Did I not log it here? I must have logged it here. Spider-Verse. I've watched Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse. Into the Spider-Verse was the first one. I gave that a 3.5 out of 5. And I really enjoyed it. I saw it in theaters. I laughed with everybody else. There's some really cool scenes. Gorgeous film. Gorgeous film. Across the Spider-Verse came out. I saw that recently, like a month and a half ago. It was okay. It was not as good as the first one. It's an absolutely breathtaking movie, like visually speaking. I gave it a 3 out of 5 because every time in that film they started doing Spider-Man things, I was like, I wish they weren't doing Spider-Man things. Like, I wish I could just follow like Miles instead of everybody else, you know? Like, I was just like, damn, I kind of just want to see Miles doing things around Brooklyn, helping people out, like that kind of thing. And it was not that kind of thing, which is a little unfortunate. Yeah. But I'm a little worried that if I told people how I felt about this movie online, they would like try to find where I live and murder me. I don't know. I'll watch when the next one comes out in theaters, I'll watch it. But people are talking about Across the Spider-Verse like it was God's gift to cinema. And no. I'm begging people to watch a film. I'm begging people to at least, if that's your take, I'm gonna need to sit you down and you gotta at least watch Mulholland Drive. I'm not gonna throw you into the deep end, although some may argue that about Mulholland Drive, but yeah. No, don't fucking kill me. Don't kill me. Gullive, back for the 9th month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. We're doing well. Just, yeah, please, for the love of God, watch Rashomon. I'm begging you, just watch Tokyo Story. I feel like I won't know how I feel about Across the Spider-Verse fully until part 2 comes out. Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, is that, like, I was watching, I'm like, wow, this pacing is really weird. And then just, it's done. I'm like, oh. Okay. Sure. All right. Anywho. Spider-Man Brooklyn Visionary. 4 and a green for a 4/3 legendary Spider-Human hero with web slinging. 2 and a green. And when Spider-Man enters, search your library for a basic land, put it into play, then shuffle. I don't think I'm going to be playing this card in Canadian Highlander. But it's more like, I mean, I don't know. It's tough. I could maybe see myself playing this card. Like, web slinging is so powerful, especially on something with an ETB. Especially with something like, it's just, and when you start web slinging it, you get more mana so that you can continue the web slinging loop to you know, okay, think of it this way. We get this card out early, and then we start ramping fast, right? I'm not even saying you play this off an elf. Elf into this on turn 2 is cracked. But, like, even if we're just like, I don't know, you play a Malevolent Rumble on 2, and then we Spider-Man on 3 or whatever. It might be a little difficult to do, but let's say it happens. We start ramping. And then, if we can return this card to our hand with a Caracas, or with other web slinging or other tools, then we can use our additional mana to play out additional creatures, utility creatures, and then return them with Spider-Man to ramp more, and then we just get to increase our mana base while we loop. I keep hitting my mic. I think this card might be fine, honestly. Although I worry that people will not want to try it because they see that it's a common, they see the, like 3 mana, and they're like, oh, I'm not going to play this. I don't think this card's that bad. Spider Rex Daring Dino. Is this the dinosaur that was in the second movie? 4 red for a legendary spider dinosaur hero. It's a 6/6 with reach, trample, and ward 2. On Earth 66, Peter Tarker learned that with Grar power comes Gross ability. Okay. So what's this guy's story? Spiders Man? Heroic Horde. 1 and a green, you get a 2/3 legendary spider hero. Not a human. That's kind of funny. That has web slinging for 4 green. When Spiders Man enters, if they were cast using web slinging, because they're a collection of insects. Is it Grist? Well, I guess Grist is gendered. If they were cast using web sling, you gain 3 life and put 2/1 green spider creature tokens with reach. This card's kinda interesting because you play it out early, you web slinging it back for something else, and then you get to web slinging the other thing to play this for its full web slinging. That seems pretty good. Bunch of spiders eat Peter and feel his remorse. Wait, really? There are a bunch of spiders that think they're Peter Parker. Okay. The incident. Peter Parker was once a promising young student invited by Max Modell alongside his best friend Gwen Stacy to tour his Bleeding Edge company at Horizon Labs. One of the experiments the pair observed was a massive colony of spiders Modell was bombarding with numerous radioactive particles in the name of genetic alteration. Parker fell into the colony, where he was seemingly devoured, but in the process, the spiders became a singular hive mind construct that absorbed Peter's consciousness. Masquerading as the man they absorbed, the hive, calling itself Spiders Man, put on a costume and began to fight crime in cruel York. That's kind of dope, actually. That's kind of funny. Powers, living hive of spiders. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Strength of Will. 1 and a green for an instant. Until end of turn, target creature you control gains indestructible, and whenever this creature is dealt damage, put that many 1/1 counters on it. This card's kind of funny. It does combo with Walking Ballista and a Hardened Scales effect. Same way that Rite of Passage does, except for this card can also just be a pretty powerful like protection piece, right? Somebody just goes to bolt your thing and you're like, this is indestructible. 3 counters getting put on it. That's kind of dope. I'm into that. This is a super famous scene where Peter is in the sewer and there's a bunch of stuff on him and he has to get it off. I think I know about this scene. This is one of those scenes where you're like, oh, right. He has like absurdly, like his like super strength is cracked in half, right? It's just, he's young. He has had no to little guidance, and he's doesn't even like he's got other shit on his plate, right? I think I know about this. I think like this image of like Spider-Man lifting like an absurdly high or absurdly heavy weight. Yes, and he just pulls his punches because he's just trying to capture them, right? He doesn't want to, he's had so many people in his life die, good and bad, that he just doesn't want to like do that again, you know? Yeah, that's cool. I like that a lot. Web of Life and Destiny. This is a 6 green enchantment with Convoke. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, you can look at the top 5 cards of your library. You can put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield. Rest on the bottom of your library in non-random order. Holy shit, this card's going to be so good in Commander and like worth $1 million. I'm excited to play this in a deck. I do like this a lot because it's a kind of card that incentivizes you to play either a lot of little creatures or ways to create little creatures, and doesn't necessarily translate into like, I'm going to reveal an Emrakul off the top of this deck. So you either have to find a balance of the two, or you just really play into one by being like, yeah, exactly, Gem Debt of like, my Deranged Hermit's going to let me cast this, and then at the beginning of combat, I'm going to find my, what's it called? Deep Forest Hermit or something. Which is kind of cool. On to gold, finally. Find your craw giant. Now, these are all legends, so I'm just going to talk about them. Bioorganic Carapace. 2 white and a blue for an artifact equipment. When this equipment enters attached to target creature control, equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each modified creature you control, and has equip cost for 2 generic. Expensive. I think I've seen the suit though, right? Skyward Spider. 2 hybrid blue-white for a 2/2 spider human hero with ward 2, and this creature has flying as long as it's modified. Is this Maddie Franklin, I assume? Uncle Jonah. J. Jonah Jameson's niece. Maddie Franklin. Oh my. Can she fly? Why does she have these? Is this a Spider Woman? What is she called? Shadow? Spider Woman. She's the 3rd character who adopted the Spider Woman codename. The text that I read, she is the niece of the Daily Bugle publisher J. Jonah Jameson. She gained various superpowers after participating in a ceremony to give Norman Osborn wizard powers. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend playing this. Ward 2 is not nothing. This has what's the toad? Is it Toadstool something that sees like pre-modern play? Not pre-modern. Pioneer play. Like this card sees play in Pioneer occasionally. This is 2 mana. Ward 2 is not nothing. Let me tell you, Ward 1's annoying. Ward 2 is really annoying. It's kind of hexproof in a lot of situations. I just don't know where I'd want to play this, you know? I assume this is supposed to be pronounced Spider. It's the character you can directly trace its real-world origin to 9/11. Wait, the previous one or this one? Spider, piloted by Penny. Right, her name's Penny Parker or something. 3 white and a blue for a legendary artifact creature, Spider Hero. With Vigilance. It's a 4/4. When Spider enters, you put a 1/1 counter on target creature. Whenever a modified creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. Okay, so this is a card that... Okay, so she is the alt universe Peter Parker, Penny Parker, and she's really smart, so she made a spider robot. Did she get bitten by a spider? Penny Parker. She was created by... What the fuck? She was created by Gerard Way? This is the guy from My Chemical Romance. Gerard Way invented this character who has the cachet to do so because of My Chemical Romance, which he did because 9/11 made him rethink his life. That's cheating, though. You can't. You could say that every card here is inspired by 9/11. Not just because they're all from New York, but. Oh, the spider is the suit. Hold on. Penny is a Japanese-American high school student possessing a psychic link with a radioactive spider named Spider, with whom she jointly pilots a mech suit of the same name. Yeah, she's an Ava reference. I get it. Spider-Geddon? Spider-Woman Stunning Savior. Now, this is who I know. This is the Spider-Woman I know. One in a hybrid blue-white. It's a 2/2 legendary spider-human hero with flying and venom blast. Artifacts and creatures your opponents control enter tapped. This card is great, by the way. Yeah, this card is great. This is this card rules. Flying? Flying. Creatures and artifacts? This card's dope. I played this today in Mono White Humans. It's very strong. Yeah. Would highly recommend playing this card. Yeah, RIP Imposing Sovereign, but this card's so dope. I mean, Imposing Sovereign's non-legendary, but I think this is just so much better. Okay, yeah, this is the one I know. I know this Spider-Woman, where she's not related to Peter Parker. She just has... She's the one that has, like, some wings, right? Yeah, you can see them. She's got webbing wings. I mean, it makes sense because she flies. Jesus Christ. So, whenever you're designing a superhero, do they go, hey, how's this look? And the editor goes, let's go up a cup size, shall we? Just over and over and over again. Yeah, but this is, I've seen I know about this character. Like, this costume is the one I know. She has a history being way too gooner. Okay. Sun Spider, Nimble Weber. 3 and then a hybrid blue-white for a 3/2 legendary spider-human hero. During your turn, Sun Spider has flying. And when Sun Spider enters, search your library for an aura or equipment card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. This is the, she has, what is it? Ehlers-Danlos? Ehlers-Danlos, that's what it is. Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. EDS. She has EDS. And she uses her mobility aids as a part of her webbing. That's very cool. I don't know anything about this character other than that, and that she was in Spider-Verse, right? I think I saw her. Her name is Charlotte Weber. Oh, fuck. I'm looking at the wiki and it says abilities, hyper flexibility. And it's because EDS is, it has a lot of people have hyper mobility, and Kiefer didn't get diagnosed with it, but he went to, or no, did he get diagnosed with it? It was one of those things where I think he got diagnosed with it, and they're like, but that's the least of your worries. Yeah. She's got super bendy rubber, arms from it. When I say super bendy, it's, not fun and very painful and tiring, but that's very cool. We don't get a lot of representation of disability on Magic the Gathering cards, and that stinks. I'd like to see more of that. And I hope, you don't get a lot of representation of disability in general. especially positive representation of disability. I hope that because Universes Beyond does touch into other IP where that is present, that maybe we'll see more of that trickling into the game. But also, I would just love to see more of that in Magic the Gathering. More characters, more positive representation of disability in the game. Would love to see it. And Wraith Vicious Vigilante. Are you? Nope. I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of a character from Big O. No, I'm thinking of a character from, you know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of a villain from Batman Beyond. Human Detective Hero. 1 blue and a white for a 1/1 double striker, can't be blocked. Jesus Christ. Captain Yuri Watanabe. Whoa. She looks pretty cool. But she doesn't have powers. Cop stole a bunch of impounded Valentech and became a vigilante. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I've got a hypermobility disorder similar to EDS2. I'm bendy as fuck in a bad way. Love to see this, honestly. Didn't know she existed. Huh. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir, but hold on. Are you saying that representation matters? Holy shit, what a fucking idea. And then you still have people that are like, what are you talking about? Why would this matter? More disability representation in our game, please and thank you. Especially Magic, right? Like, come on. Yeah, who knew? Who knew? The woke left. No, the woke stayed. That's why we need more disability representation in Magic the Gathering. Holy shit. Imperial FPS back for the 6th month. Or if I'm reading this right. Wait, did you just subscribe for 6 months? No, you haven't. Sorry. I haven't been here for a hot second, and so I'm also I did some filming earlier today. My brain's broken. Ignore everything I'm saying. In fact, we could just start over. Thank you for the 6 months. Loved your episode of Commander at Home. Thank you. It was a ton of fun. And if you like that, then I'm sure you'll like when I'm going back at some point in time. There's so much Benny Wheels on Commander at Home in the future. Yeah, don't play this in Canlander, but very cool. There are cards in this set that I think are good in Canlander, for what it's worth. I think I'll talk about this. How many casual Commander decks do I have? Infinite. I make new decks all the time. I revisit old decks all the time. I never keep a deck made. I deconstruct my deck every time I use them, and they go back to the boxes. That lets me try a bunch of different things. The deck that I brought to Wizards that I really enjoyed. I mean, I brought Masamaro. I brought Tessek Judith's Hellhound. This card is wild. It's 3 and a red for a 3/3 legendary elemental dog with Unleash. Other dogs you control have Unleash. Creatures you control with counters on them have haste. And whenever Tessek attacks, add red for each attacking creature. It's mono red dogs. This deck is so much fun. You play some terrible cards, but like the red mana you get, you can pump into all your fire breathing dogs, or you can cast big instants to make your to like make combat even worse, like attack with a bunch of things, use that mana to Savage Beating, or to activate War Cadence. Also, let me tell you the flex of playing an Alpha Mountain into a Soul Ring, and then just using it to cast dogs. This deck's a lot of fun. I wanna make some changes and some updates because I want some more instants, but this deck rules. How many German foil Amiris? I only own one. I only own one of every card. But I do own one of every card. Yeah, these cards are named cards. Mob Lookout. 1 and then a hybrid blue-black for an 0/3 human rogue villain. When this creature enters, target creature you control connives. Who the hell is Hammerhead? I like this card for anytime we get a new ETB looter card. I like to mention it for certain builds of Reanimator, as well as certain builds of Reanimator, as well as what the hell am I saying? World Gorger combo. Yeah, I like that this is a card that you can play for World Gorger combo that also actually blocks really well. Like you get a 2-mana 1/4. 2-mana 1/4 that pitches to your Force Wills and your Griefs. That lets you combo off with World Gorger. I'm in. I'm into it. Morbius the Living Vampire. 2 blue and a black for a 3/1 Flying Vigilance Lifelink legendary. I think I already said your type line, didn't I? Vampire Scientist Villain. 3/1 Flying Vigilance Lifelink. Pay a blue and a black. Exile this card from your graveyard. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, 1 into your hand, the rest in the bottom in any order. That's kind of cool. Lelia said it's morning time. Me when I wake up first thing. Me when I first thing when I wake up. Me first thing when I wake up. That's how you say that joke. Anyways, I've never seen the movie Morbius. Kiefer saw it, said it was bad. It's kind of funny. This has a lot of... I'm not playing this, but this has a lot of abilities. Cool for limited. Prowler. Clawed Thief. 1 blue and a black for a human rogue villain. It's a legend. It's a 2/3. It has menace. Whenever another villain you control enters, Prowler connives. It's nothing personal, kid. It's just money. Me when I whip the ass of a 14-year-old at Pokemon Locals. Only to open 50 cents worth of cards from booster packs that cost $25. Hello, how are we doing today? Just got... Oh, shit! Silk Song's out. Oh, I gotta download Silk Song. Hold on, I gotta write this down. Sorry, 1 second. I gotta write down Silk Song. Silk Song. Okay. Yeah, I'll play it. I might play it on stream, but my stream schedule is a little weird, and you'll find out why tomorrow. But yeah, I might play Silk Song off stream. Because I'll need a distraction. How are we doing today? Just got done creating a dump deck I made. Now I just need some people to help optimize it. You should probably add more lands. This is the Miles Morales' uncle, right? Is this the same guy? It's kind of a cool villain commander. I mean, you probably want to play Doc Ock and put this in the 99, but Superior Spider-Man. Oh, I think I know about this guy. Because this is just Doc Ock, kinda, right? Is this not? Yes. 2 blue and a black for a 4/4 legendary spider human hero. With Mind Swap. Okay, hold on. I didn't know this part about I didn't know about this part. You may have Superior Spider-Man enter as a copy of any creature in your graveyard except his name is Superior Spider-Man, And he's a 4/4 spider human hero in addition to its other types. And when you do exile that card in any graveyard and it doesn't target, this card's kind of interesting. I always like this kind of card. It's tough to find a home for it. I know Nelson wanted a home for this he wanted to try it out in Grixis like graveyard mid-range. These cards are usually pretty good. There are a lot of pretty powerful cards that you can put into the graveyard. The fact that it's always a 4/4 is pretty interesting too. Yeah, I could see this card showing up in niche spots in Canadian Highlander, and this art goes hard. Yes, it's Doc Ock's consciousness in Peter's body. Got it. But he's still a hero? He doesn't go around doing bad stuff? You got to understand, you need to be my guide through this world. It's complicated, that's all. Say no more. Say no more. Symbiote Spider-Man. 2 and then a hybrid blue-black. 2 and a hybrid blue-black. For a legendary creature. It's a 2/4, and it's a symbiote spider hero. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you look at that many cards from the top of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest into the graveyard. And then find new host. For 2 and then hybrid blue-black, you can exile this card from your graveyard. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature control. It gains this card's other abilities, activate only as a sorcery. I think it's too slow, but I would love to play this card. Like the fact that it can push damage and fill up your graveyard, draw cards, pass it on, that kind of thing is very well, thank you. Very enticing. 4 toughness means it gets through Bolt, obviously gets Caracas. The hybrid mana is pretty good. This is the kind of card where I see this and I'm like, boy, I can't wait for somebody on the Discord to try it before me. Then we'll get to it later. Vulture Scheming Scavenger. 5, then hybrid blue-black for a 4/6 legendary human artificer villain with flying. Whenever Vulture attacks, other villains you control gain flying until end of turn. This card is not playable in Highlander, but this card is going to kill somebody in limited. I mean, if they untap with it. 4/6, huh? Wow. Flyer? Yeah, this card's going to kill. I mean, it's a 6-drop uncommon. It's going to kill people when you attack with it. So is Vulture's just a guy, right? He's just a guy. Like he doesn't have powers. He's built a suit. He got so mad that he's bald. An Italian scientist. It's an enemy of the Human Torch. But then he became Adrian Toombs. I'm not reading that other name. That's a terrible name for anybody. Tell you what, I'm not reading that name until I see what this character looks like. He looks like an idiot. I've seen a This is so goofy. He had powers. He was bit by a radioactive vulture. There's no way. Yeah, this just says, it doesn't actually say what he is. Youth vampirism? Pharmacist Judge, back for the 41st month. Welcome back. How are you doing? I am sad to report I am taking Tide Hollow Strix out of your Time Vault deck. You know, I understand that's something hard for you to do, but it's the right call. And it's brave of you to do so in front of so many people, but it needs to be done. At least you still got Baleful Strix. That's a beautiful bird. Thank you for all the support. I hope you're doing well. We're talking about Spider-Man cards. We're in gold. We're slowly making our way through. Dr. Octopus Master Planner. 5 blue and a black for a legendary human scientist villain. It's a 4/8 that says other villains you control get +2/+2. Your maximum hand size is 8. And at the beginning of your end step, if you have fewer than 8 cards in hand, draw cards equal to the difference. That's pretty funny. It's and this guy was bit by a radioactive octopus. I mean, I do like that so many of the characters are also animal related. I think that's a very funny trend with a lot of Spider-Man stuff, especially from like, you know, a guy like me. You can even say that Electro's an electric eel. Is this just the big boy? I like Doc Ock, like as a character. He's very, very cool. This card's not the worst thing to reanimate. I think I'd rather just have Jin Gataxius. This one you can at least cast maybe. But I think there are better things to reanimate, and I don't think it's impactful enough for a castable card. But you know, drawing up to 8, it's not bad. That's a lot of cards. This card. We're getting into Rakdos now. Carnage, Crimson Chaos. 2 black and a red for a 4/3 legendary symbiote villain that has trample. And when Carnage enters, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to play. It gains this creature attacks each combat of Fable. And when this creature deals combat damage to a player, you sacrifice it. So it comes into play. You bring back a cheap creature. That creature has to attack each combat of Fable. When it damages them, you sack it. But the creature doesn't get haste, so you have an opportunity to block. And if you have utility cards or ways to tap it down or whatever, you can. But also, it has Mayhem for black and a red. So this, with a discard outlet, this is a 2-mana 4/3 trampler that reanimates a Barrowgoyf or whatever and lets you smack them for a bunch. Or a Bone Crusher Giant. Or gets back an ETB. This card's pretty good. I like this card quite a bit. I imagine this card will see a reasonable amount of Canlander play. Mayhem is like Madness in that when you discard it, you can pay its Mayhem cost and cast it from your graveyard, but you still have to cast it whenever you would cast a normal card. So like Madness, a creature with Madness you can cast on their turn, but this creature with Mayhem, you can only cast anytime you could cast a creature. Even casting this for 4 mana is not the end of the world. This is not a thing you want to Caracas either, because you just get to repeatedly bring back something. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this card. I imagine it'll show up. I'd be interested in trying it out in like Rakdos, like a more aggressive Rakdos build especially. Green Goblin, Revenant. 3 black and a red for a legendary Goblin human villain with flying and death touch. It's a 3/3. Whenever the Green Goblin attacks, discard a card, then draw a card for each card you've discarded this turn. This card is fucked as a commander. This card is messed up as a commander, right? Like this is a wild, uncommon commander. I look at this card and I'm like, oh, yeah, this card is going to draw like 14 cards. You know? Little too vulnerable and expensive for Canlander, but, you know. Green Goblin's not green. Yep. That's not what color is. Pumpkin Bombardment. Hybrid black-red for sorcery. There's additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card, or pay 2 generic. Pumpkin Bombardment deals 3 damage to target creature. I understand, and I'm glad that there are no Planeswalkers in Universes Beyond, but I do wish that these cards would damage Planeswalkers as well. They've kind of avoided doing it on, I think, most of the cards. Sometimes it pops up, but like, I don't know. If this card was Strangle, except, you know, the discard, then maybe it's a little more appealing for some of the discard decks to play. It's like, yeah, I'll play a Strangle. I don't think I'm playing this. I think I would play Lightning Axe over this. Instant speed, 5 damage, all that stuff. Scarlet Spider, Kane. I do not know who you are. Jesus, Mulder. I take my hand away 1 second, and then all of a sudden you're like, why aren't you petting me? Scarlet Spider. Wait. Yeah, I was going to say, this is... I know who the Scarlet Spider is, but I only know Ben Reilly. This is another one? I guess that's why it didn't click to me that this is Scarlet Spider. Because I've always known him as the Scarlet Spider. And that it's Ben Reilly with the stupid denim vest. This is a clone of a clone. You know, I'm reading a book about that. Salami Superstar back for the 36th month. Welcome back. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Let me go get this book. Highly recommend you read it, by the way. If anybody's looking for something new to read. Yes, hello. Simulacra and Simulation. This is great. And I ever since I started reading this, I'm like, holy shit. The topics covered in this book pop up in your everyday life. Now, I didn't expect to read this and then be confronted with this when I'm talking about a clone of a clone that is also a clone of a clone that is also a retelling of a story of a character that is already being told, but it's a different, you know, that kind of thing. It's kind of, yes, like the Matrix. I think this is, I was told by Tim Willoughby that he said, is this the book that the Wachowskis told people to read while filming the Matrix? Simulacra and Simulation. It's not an easy read, but it's not a long read. It's very intense and very interesting. Yeah, highly recommend. Salami Superstar for the 3rd year. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. I may say good to see you. Also, I think I got another cool thing that I picked up as a... it was just dropped on my bed that I had ordered. A cool thing that I wonder if people in chat are familiar with. Hi. Rebel recommended me this. She told me, I was talking to her about 2-player games because Angel and I have been playing a lot of Mystic Vale, and I love Mystic Vale. It's great. I was asking Rebel if we were talking about board games, and she told me to try Jaipur. And it seems really dope. And you basically just play like best 2 out of 3 with these cards where you like buy goods and sell goods. I don't know. It looks really cool. I wonder if anybody else has played it. I read it for you read it in university for art history theory work, and it kind of stuck with me since. It's the book that may have influenced more my pre-transition sense of self than I wanted to admit. Damn. Splendor Duel? Hold on. Let me write that down. I'll take anything. Splendor Duel. Okay, I wrote that down. So let's talk about this magic card. Spider-Cane is a black and a red for a 2/1 legendary spider-human hero with Menace. When Spider-Cane enters, you may discard a card, and if you do put a 1/1 counter on him, then has Mayhem for a hybrid black-red. This is great. I mean, it's a 1-mana Mayhem card. It sets up other Mayhem cards. It can be a 2-mana 3/2. It's got Menace. I could see this card showing up in not just the deck centered around Mayhem and Madness and discarding and whatnot, but also, honestly, maybe even in like the Delirium deck. Remember that Jund Delirium, the aggro Jund Delirium deck that we played on stream? I could see myself playing this card in there. It's pretty good. Yeah, this card's pretty good. Shriek Troublemaker. Francis Barrison. Francis Embarrasson. Well, I click on this, and the first thing I see is Francis Barrison was abused by her mother for being overweight, driving her to drugs and her later fixation on becoming a mother herself. Brother, I just thought it was funny that her name was Barrison. Why you gotta make me sad? Fuck. She kind of bad, though. Well, she can manipulate sound. Well, she's a 90s character. 2 and a hybrid blue, or black red, excuse me. She's a legendary mutant villain, a 2/3. At the beginning of your first main phase, you can discard a card. When you do, target creature can't block. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, Shriek deals 1 damage to that player. Wow. That's not bad. That's pretty powerful. Not for Canlander, but that's not bad. Now I'm just sad. I'm going to move on to this hulking motherfucker. Ultimate Green Goblin. Do I mean that I'm saying that she's an attractive mutant? She's a good-looking character. See, I'm allowed to... I will indulge in a little goonery here and there. The Ultimate Green Goblin is 1 and then 2 hybrid Rakdos for a legendary goblin villain that's a 5/4. At the beginning of your upkeep, you discard a card and then create a treasure token. And then has Mayhem for 2 and then a hybrid black-red. This isn't Rotting Regisaur. I imagine you play this alongside Rotting Regisaur. If you have no cards in your hand in your upkeep, you still make a treasure token, I believe. I'm kind of shocked that this doesn't have anything else attached to it. It's just a 5/4. It's big. The Mayhem's pretty powerful. Yeah. Also, Jesper's art is wild. This goblin is also... This is the card that I was thinking of when I was like talking about Batman too, like the absolute Batman. Just like, I love it when they're like, hey, what if this version of the character was just kind of a monster? All right, we're almost done. Cheering Crowd. 1 in hybrid Gruul for a 2/2 human citizen. At the beginning of each player's first main phase, that player puts a 1/1 counter on this creature. They may do that. And if they do, they add Colourless for each counter on it. Fun group hug card and commander. Would not recommend playing this in Canadian Highlander. Got introduced to Canlander a few nights ago after taking a 7-year break from Magic. Used to play Legacy back in the day, so scratches that itch. Excited to get more into the format. Hell yeah, Admiral. First off, Admiral Bone to Pick is a great name. But yeah, I mean, if we're talking you played Legacy and you just came back from a 7-year break, Canlander's going to scratch that itch for sure. I mean, I'm in a similar boat. I mean, I didn't take a 7-year break, but, 7+ years ago, I played a lot of Legacy. Don't do that anymore. But Canlander gives me that, I get to ponder, I get to force will, I get to wasteland people, I get to, Rashad import people occasionally. Craven, Proud Predator. That's not something to be proud of, dog. There's a joke I really want to make, but I'm too tired to deal with any backlash I might get from it. Craven, Proud Predator, 1 red and a green for a star 4 legendary human warrior villain with vigilance and has top of the food chain. Craven's power is equal to the greatest mana value among permanents you control. So it's always going to be a 3-mana 3/4 vigilance, which is pretty nice. I just think we're a little... This is not great. It's, yeah. I, maybe a couple years ago, but not here. It's just... Vigilance is nice. Would love to see Trample, obviously, because it gets bigger. Write it down and skeet it? No. I mean, fine, I'll make it. So but now I can't form it. It had something to do with, like, Proud Predator implies that Craven has, like, an anime avatar on social media. But then I would have to add a bunch of asterisks to that so that I don't, end up... because I'm very clearly talking about the people that are spouting some incel shit with an anime avatar, and you know, you're like, hey, can you explain to everybody why you're not allowed to go walk near schools or anything like that? But I'm look, we've been doing this for 5 hours. I was filming for 3 hours plus this morning, and I'm losing my voice. I need to get some soup or something. I need some soup. Rhino barreling brute. I like Rhino. Rhino's just a guy in a suit too, right? That joke's pretty offensive to gamers. Good. 3 double red, double green, legendary human villain with vigilance, trample, and haste. Eating homemade beef stew myself right now. Fuck. Oh. I'm going to try to find some soup that I can... Can I DoorDash some soup? Some spicy noodle soup would fix me. 7 mana for a 6/7 vigilance, trample, haste. Whenever it attacks, if you cast a spell with mana value 4 greater this turn, draw a card. Damn, this artwork goes so hard. And like, yeah, this is the kind of top end for like a deck playing the Miles Morales, like the Brooklyn Spider-Man, that you'd want. I want to kill people with this card. Also, it's just like it gets itself going, and then if you survive with this card, you're incentivized to play things pre-combat, which I think is very interesting. I can send you some soup. Angel, I would love that, actually. It's been a day, you know? It's been a day. Thank you. I mean, you can, we can, yeah. You get it. Chad will get it tomorrow. Anyways, Rhino, don't play it in Canlander, but I could see this being a cool commander, honestly. Okay, yeah, so what is Rhino's deal? Hold up. I don't want to just pass over this. I don't want to just stare at this image of Shriek, because I might get in trouble. Rhino. He's Russian. Oh, he is mutated. He's mutated and he just decides to wear that suit? That actually whips ass, by the way. The idea that he's like, I have mutant superhuman strength and durability and speed and stamina, and he's like, you know, oh, no, wait, this is, okay, this says that he volunteered to participate in an experiment that bonds a super strong polymer to his skin, as well as augmenting his speed and strength. Okay. I like him. He's kind of a, I've always seen him as like kind of a dumbass, but I kind of like the, I don't know. Obviously I have an affinity for these big guys. This guy, you want to play rugby with this guy. You want this guy on your rugby team. Imagine you go to play rugby and this guy's across from you doing the haka. You're done. You're done. You're done. Rhino's Rampage. For a hybrid Gruul sorcery, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. It fights target creature and opponent controls. And when excess damage is dealt to the creature and opponent controls this way, you destroy up to one target non-creature artifact with mana value 3 or less. This one's kind of interesting. This is, I don't know. I always like looking at fight spells. The fact that this is a hybrid is also kind of nice. Non-creature artifact mana value 3 or less. Like the fact that you could just pay 1 mana, buff a thing, kill off their creature, and then blow up their Mox or their Jite or their Clamp or Shadow Spear. That's kind of nice. There's not a huge room for fight spells. in Canlander, but this is the kind of fight spell I'd want to play. I'd pretty much want any superhero on my rugby team. Yeah, point taken, but you know, if I had to pick. Also, I feel like if it's like, okay, I either got this guy or the Juggernaut on my team, I feel like it would be easier to convince Rhino to actually just play rugby. You know? Like, what am I going to do the Juggernaut? Be like, buddy, if we win, they buy beer for us. I mean, maybe that would work. I don't know enough about comics. Juggernaut is a hero because of woke, right? Scarlet Spider, Ben Riley. See, this is the one that I know. This card's great, by the way. 1 red-green for a legendary spider-human hero that has web slinging for red and a green, and is a 4/3. That has trample and sensational save. If Scarlet Spider was cast using web slinging, he enters with X/1/1 counters on him, where X is the mana value of the return creature. So let me get this straight. Because, yeah, you can sculpt a world where you just cast this card on turn 2, returning a mana dork. Or just play it on turn 2 if you don't want to return the mana dork. And then you get a turn 2 5/4 trample. But what if we, I don't know, return a Fury with this card? And we get ourselves a 2-mana 9/8 with trample that rebuys the Fury? What if we get alternate casting costs still incorporate commander tax because you're just casting them? At least that's what I don't know. Don't ask me. I have nothing to do with commander. Wait, shit. I don't have the clown horn anymore. Yeah, this card's big, and I like this card a lot. I think this card will see some play in Gruul monsters. Or like the Naya humans, the counters or whatever. This card's so huge. Except for Yuriko. Yeah. Yeah. Spider Manifestation. What? 1 and then a hybrid red-green for a 2/2 spider avatar with reach. Tap to add a red or a green. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, untap this creature. This is a really pushed mana dork at common. Because it's a mono red mana dork that has reach and is a 2/2 that also untaps. You can go this on turn 2, and then play a 4-drop and then attack with this? Holy shit. I don't think it's playable in our format, but Jesus. Yeah, what is Spider? Is there something specific for this? Anyways. I think that's it for Gruul. Let's go to... Oh, there's Silk. Gallant Citizen. 2 hybrid Selesnya for a 1/1 human citizen that says when this creature enters, draw a card. This card is so good. It's a better Pond Prophet. It's so good. I should have maybe played this in my humans deck earlier today, but I went for a more aggressive tinge. But this card is real good. What's there to say? It's Pawn Prophet, but it has an easier mana cost for a lot of the decks looking to cast Pawn Prophet, like the Seeker Walk decks and whatnot. Also has a more relevant creature type in human. This card's great. I'm gonna draft as many yeah, I'm gonna draft as many copies of this card as I can. Mary Jane Watson. 1 and then a hybrid green-white for a 2/2. Legendary human performer. It says whenever a spider you control enters, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Is this art a little weird or is it just me? It's like very stylized. She knows he's Spider-Man, right? Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little I don't know if this is going to track, but this looks like it's from a Canadian animated show from the 2000s. Or like this is a still from a short film that the Canadian Film Board paid for, and the director is from Quebec. Yeah, we don't play spiders. Maybe there's a world where spiders are enough and you can play this, but no, I'm not seeing it. Silk. 2 green and a white for a legendary creature spider human hero. That is a 3/5 with web slinging, 1 white and a green. And whenever you cast a creature spell, create a 1/1 green-white human citizen creature token, then pay 5 mana. Creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain vigilance until end of turn. Soup is on the way. Angel, you are a blessing. May all your ranked matches in Street Fighter 6 go well. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know. I don't want to overvalue web slinging. Web slinging does. This is going to sound very funny. Web slinging gets worse as these get more expensive. It's webs. Yeah, it has big Torsten vibes. This card's better than Torsten, I think, though, for a variety of reasons. Or Torrens, excuse me. Pretty sure Torsten is the red guy from Eldraine, or the guy from Overwatch. I forget which one. No, that's Torbjorn. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna see play. Why did people want me to talk about Silk? Who is Silk? People are like, wait till you see Silk. Wait till you talk about Silk. Cindy Moon. A student who was bitten by the same radioactive spider that gave Peter his powers. She was a love interest of Peter Parker. Member of the Spider Army. Okay. She was also Spider-Woman at some point. Okay. Oh, wait, do they hook up? Is that it? Okay. Yeah, that's Spider been busy. Spider-Girl Legacy Hero. So this is different from Spider-Man. Jesus. Excuse me. A green and a white for a 2/2. Legendary Spider-Human Hero. During your turn, Spider-Girl is flying. When Spider-Girl leaves the battlefield, you create a 1/1 green-white human citizen token. Wow, this card is so good for limited. Oh my god. Oh my god. You just attack with her. Jesus. So she has flying during your turn, which means you get to push damage with her. Also gives her a way to become tapped without really putting her at too much risk. And then you web slinging her. And when you do, you get another 1/1. Or you get a 1/1, which you can then web slinging the 1/1. Damn. That card's pretty good. Spider-Man India. I kind of wish that they gave this, like, this. I know that they haven't been doing it, but it's very funny to just read Spider-Man India. They did it with the UK one, too. This guy rules. He was one of my favorite, if not my favorite character from the Spider-Verse movie I saw. 3 green and white for a 4/4 legendary Spider-Human Hero. Web Sling for 1 green and white. And Paviter's Seva. Seva bien et toi. Whenever you cast a creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control against flying until end of turn. Holy shit, that card just kills people. What? Holy smokes, this card kills people. Cool. Hey, I got a question. How many people actually know all of this about Spider-Man because they've read the comics? And how many people have just found this out by going through like Wikipedia, either right now or they went through it as the cards got previewed? I can't read. Well, you're doing a great job. Wait a minute. If you can't read, how could you hear me? Web Warriors. 4 and then a hybrid green-white. For a spider hero, it's a 4/3. When this creature enters, put a 1/1 counter on each other creature you control. These are all the people. They're like, did somebody call for us? That's famously what they said. And then they all showed up and they helped. And there's a pig. Oh my god, there's so many cards. Mr. Negative, 5 white and a black for a 5/5 legendary human villain vigilance lifelinker with Dark Force Inversion. When Mr. Negative enters, you may exchange life totals with target opponent. If you lost life this turn, draw that many cards. This card's dope. It's a really expensive card, but I would love to play this card in this is just such an interesting card to build around in Commander. Also, I think it's very funny that he just has like a weird blue katana. He is 7 mana. Mr. Negative, me when I don't have soup. Unfortunately for Mr. Negative, the most wonderful woman in the world has sent me soup. And so I am impervious to anything that he will present, any threat he may present. He studied the blade. Well, I studied the blad. Guy who doesn't know how to pronounce the words in Elden Ring. I'm moving on. The Spot. Living Portal. 3 white and a black for a 4/4 legendary human scientist villain. When the Spot enters, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent, and up to 1 target non-land permanent from a graveyard. When the Spot dies, put him on the bottom of his owner's library. If you do, return the exiled cards to their owner's hand. That's kind of funny. Yeah, because you can play this and flicker it, or if this card's going to be messed up in Commander. This card's going to be a messed up Commander. Like, you just... Yeah, hey, wait, hold on. This card just, like, combos flicker won't work? What do you mean? He needs to die? Not if I want to get rid of them permanently. Right? I just ETB, exile the best thing in your graveyard, exile your creature, on the stack flicker, and that's gone permanently? That's what's up. That's what's up. I don't want to listen to another album. I'm just going to go over here. Spider-Man 2099. Blue and a red for a legendary creature. Spider-Human Hero. It's a 20. It's a 23. It's a 2/3. Has from the future. You can't cast Spider-Man during your first, second, or third terms of the game. It has double strike and vigilance. And at the beginning of your end step, if you've played a land or cast a spell this turn from anywhere other than your hand, Spider-Man deals damage equal to his power to any target. That's powerful. This is going to be a messed up build around Commander. Holy smokes. I think it might be a little too hard to... I mean, like blue-red maybe could play it, like a blue-red tempo deck. But not being able to play this early on is a little tough. And we've been off the Sarah Avenger kind of cards for a long time. But this card can take over a game. Double Strike Vigilance is not okay. Maybe I'll try it. I'll give this card a shot. Is this Miguel? This is Miguel, right? Kind of interesting. Craven the Hunter. 1 black and a green for a legendary human warrior villain with trample. Whenever a creature an opponent controls with the greatest power among creatures that player controls dies, draw a card. Put a 1/1 counter on Craven the Hunter. It's a 4/3. the comic 2099, very different from the movie. Okay. This is a 3 out of 4/3. Dice to bolt. Trample's kind of cool. Only with the greatest power. This card feels so like fuck. We need to. We forgot to put in Craven. We forgot to make a rare Craven. Anybody got a minute? Anybody got a piece of paper and a pencil? Let me figure something out. Aranya, Heart of the Spider. 1 red and a white for a 3/3 legendary spider human hero. Whenever you attack, put a 1/1 counter on target attacking creature. Whenever a modified creature you control deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You can play that card this turn. That card's not that bad. This card might see some play. +1/+1 counters. It's a human. A target attacking creature. You can attack with anything. That's kind of nice. Them having to deal damage. And also the fact that it triggers off of multiple modified creatures. And that there are just other ways to get creatures modified. That's kind of nice. I could see this card showing up. 3-drop, 3/3. No ETB is a little rough. But I don't know. I've started approaching these cards a little differently. Jackal. Genius Geneticist. Green and a blue for a 1/1 legendary human scientist villain with trample. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value equal to Jackal's power, copy that spell, except the copy isn't legendary. Then you put a 1/1 counter on Jackal. This card's pretty interesting. I think this is a bit more of a commander card, or like you need the stars to align, you know, for this to do anything. You have to cast creature spells too. But this card's kind of interesting. I'm going to say no, I'm good. But that is a powerful ability. It's just the stars need to align for it to work. And then you got to like work your way up, which is tough. Cosmic Spider-Man. Wooburg for a 5/5 legendary spider human hero with first strike, flying, trample, lifelink, and haste. At the beginning of combat on your turn, other spiders you control gain flying, first strike, trample, lifelink, and haste until end of turn. So if you ever wanted a commander for your 5-color spiders deck, that is the most boring thing you could do for your 5-color spiders deck. This is the commander you play. Actually, this is less boring than Morophon. I will say that. What the hell is the Enigma Force? Who's Steve Jobs? Yeah, this is fine. It's the Wooburg spider. Okay, we only have a couple. We only have a couple left, Ben. It's okay. At least I don't need to talk about all these cards. Bagel and Schmear. 1 generic mana for an artifact food. Has share. Pay a white, tap, sack this artifact, put a 1/1 counter on up to 1 target creature, draw a card. And then Nosh. 2 generic, tap, sack this, you gain 3 life and draw a card. I think I prefer Nutrient Block over this card. Being indestructible and drawing the card when it dies is a bit better than tying it to the activation. But this card is kind of nice. Yeah, there's no way this is the first Yiddish card on first Yiddish word on a Magic card. You telling me they haven't put Schlep on something? You telling me Morrow didn't sneak this in somewhere? There's got to be something somewhere. Anyways, this card's all right. Eerie Gravestone. You murdered a mask, but you haven't murdered a man. 2 mana artifact. When this comes into play, you draw a card, and then you can pay 1 and a black, sack this artifact, mill 4 cards. You can put a creature card from among them into your hand. Yeah, Tchotchke Elemental's there. This draws a card on ETB, can technically put itself in the graveyard to actually draw a card and mill more. Although I've been playing eggs a lot, and I don't think this is the direction you want to go. There are just better ways of doing it. Cryogen Relic style cards, Ichor Wellspring, that kind of card. Not this. Steel Wrecking Ball, 5 mana artifact. When this artifact enters, it deals 5 damage to target creature, and then you can pay 1 and a red to discard this card, destroy target artifact. This is actually kind of a dope get. It is an uncounterable shatter, which is pretty good against Time Vault and friends. And then the fact that it puts itself in the graveyard so that I can start Goblin Weldering it is really nice. 5 to any target creature as a colorless too is pretty nice. There are worlds where I could see that I hardcast this off like a Tolarian Academy, Moxen, or Mishra's Workshop or whatever. It's a funny card to look at and be like, yeah, I might play this card in Canadian Highlander. Limited application, but I could see myself playing it. Doc Ox Tentacles. 1 generic mana for an artifact equipment. Equip cost of 5. Whenever a creature you control with mana value 5 or greater enters, you can attach this equipment to it. Equipped creature gets +4/+4. This card's kind of funny. I've been thinking about this card in an affinity list because every Mirror Enforcer / Valkyrie unit / like Kappa Cannoneer, whatever, this auto equips. And that's like it sounds like a win more. It's like, well, Mirror Enforcer doesn't do what you want it to do all the time. And not to mention, it is a 1 mana artifact. So it will be helping the cost reduction on Thoughtcast and adding mana off Academy and everything. So anytime you get a 1 mana artifact, even though it looks a little like Winmore goofy, it's just worthwhile having because it's just artifact density. Not to mention, even if you don't get the free equip, these artifact aggro decks have a lot of extra mana lying around. And so paying the 5 mana to equip is within the capabilities of your strategy. Interdimensional Web Watch. 4 generic for an artifact. When it enters, you exile the top 2 cards of your library. Till the end of your next turn, you can play those cards. Then it has tap, add 2 mana of any combination of colors. Spend this mana only to cast spells from exile. Commander card, but a pretty cool and cute commander card. This is I like to see these kind of mana rocks show up. Iron Spider, Stark Upgrade. 3 generic mana for a legendary artifact creature. It's a spider hero. A 2/3 with vigilance that has tap, put a 1/1 counter on each artifact, creature, and or vehicle you control. Pay 2 generic, remove 2 counters from among artifacts you control. 1/1 counters. Draw a card. I'm being off Steel Overseer for a hot minute. I think there's certain versions of Affinity where you still want to play it, but I'm kind of not as impressed, which makes me a little hesitant to play this card. I will say the Vigilance plus the activation is definitely nice. And having a draw engine, if you really need to, is also pretty nice, especially because you have extra mana lying around. So this card naturally draws a comparison to Steel Overseer, but I think the play patterns with this card and Overseer are quite different. This can continue to pressure while building up. I think you likely still play both, but I might be a little happier to play this. Really depends. I need to take another crack at that deck. Peter Parker's Camera. 1 generic artifact. This enters with 3 film counters on it. Pay 2 generic, tap, remove film counters from this artifact. Copy target activated or triggered ability you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. Cool for Commander. I don't think I'm playing this in... I don't think I'm playing this even if it is a 1 mana artifact. Rocket-powered Goblin Glider. Great name. 3 mana artifact equipment. When this equipment enters, if it was cast from your graveyard, attached to a creature you control, equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has flying and haste. And you can equip for 2 and has mayhem for 2. Little too expensive. It is pretty cute that it all kind of synergizes and comes together. But I think it's a little underpowered. Love the name though. Spider Slayer, Hatred Honed. This is a 2 mana 2/1 legendary artifact creature, human villain. Whenever Spider Slayer deals combat damage to a spider, destroy, or deals any damage to a spider, destroy that creature. Then you can pay 6 generic mana, exile this card from your graveyard to create 2 tapped 1/1 colorless robot artifact creature tokens with flying. It'd be so funny to find a way to build a deck that turns your opponent's creatures into spiders and you ping them with this. That might be a deck I have to look into building. I don't know how many cards do that, but that's kind of up my alley. Root potato. Oh, 1 second. No. Hey. no, Mulder. Yeah, I hear ya. Yeah, I hear ya. No, Mulder. Ew. Mulder had a little throw up. Please hold. Poor baby. Root potato for the 77th month. Wait, no, I already got you. Huh? No, I'll do it. No, I'll do it. Don't worry. Yeah, poor baby. That's okay. I get why. There's a series of lands. They all come into play tap. They add allied colors, and you pay 4 generic and surveil 1. We're almost done. I'm gonna skip over these cards because none of them are actually good. This card's kind of interesting, but that's it. I think we can skip them. They won't see play. Some of these cards might not see play either. Multiversal Passage. This is a land. We're onto lands. We're talking about lands. This is a land that says, as it comes into play, you choose a basic land type. Then you may pay 2. If you don't, it enters tapped. The land is the chosen type. So, comes into play, and I pick which color I want to add with it. And it's going to be that land type. Then, I can pay 2 generic. Are you okay? I can pay 2, or not 2 generic, 2 life. I can pay 2 life. And if I don't, it comes to play tapped. Yeah, I'm just not playing this card. I don't think there's a reason to play with this card. Our mana is so good. I don't think you need to play this card. Daily Bugle Building. Taps out a colorless. Pay 1 generic, tap to add 1 mana of any color. And then has Smear Campaign. A 1 generic tap. Target legendary creature gains menace until end of turn. The mana on this might be a little rough, but this is a very powerful utility land. Just like 1 generic and tap to give something menace. That's huge. That lets you push through so much damage. I think if your mana base can afford this, even if you're like a monocolored deck, like medium red or honestly mono white Death and Taxes, maybe I should have considered playing this today. Being able to push damage is pretty great. Yeah. I like this card. I'd be interested in playing this. Yeah, it's just like Shizo. Death Storehouse? But you can play it in anything. Oscorp Industries. This is a land that comes into play tapped, and when this land enters from a graveyard, you lose 2 life. And then it taps to add blue, black, or red, and has Mayhem. So this is a land with Mayhem. I think I'm low on this card, even though it's doing a lot of unfair things. I mean, it's literally just Mayhem, so letting you play this land from your graveyard. It's kind of nice. Only on discard. When you do, you lose some life, and it always comes into play tapped. It is a tri-land. I just can't see a world where I'm fitting this in a mana base. But this is very cool design. Very cool design. Urban Retreat. This is a land that enters battlefield tapped. Taps to add white, green, and blue. And then you can pay 2 generic to return a tapped creature you control to its owner's hand. Put this card from your hand into play. Activate only as a sorcery. That is kind of interesting. Again, I don't know if the cost is, cost of inclusion is low because it's a land, but it's always coming into play tapped. The returning a tapped creature to put this into play is kind of sexy. Like I could see a world where I return an Icefang Kotal and I put this into play. Or I return an Eternal Witness or something, or I tap tapping an elf to return this is not exciting. But like, yeah, it's just, I will give this a shot because I think this one has some interesting applications, especially in a deck where it's just like, oh, oops, I get to return Solitude, or I get to return Snapcaster or whatever. It's kind of nice. But I'm not playing this expecting the world, you know? And then I'm going to call it there. There are some other cards in here. None of them are actually playable in Canadian Highlander. Yeah, they're all... Because this is from the Spider-Man Eternal set, which I believe is a beginner level kind of set. Yeah, the only... The only card that I could really think of seeing play is the Mary Janes. This is 3 and a red for a legendary creature, human bard performer. It's a 3/3 with menace that costs 1 less for each creature that attack this turn. So you could attack with, there's a world where you could attack with 3 creatures and pay 1 red for a 3/3 with menace. Which is kind of cool. Pumpkin Bombs is a bad... Oh, yeah, Pumpkin Bombs is... No, because they gain control of it. This card sucks. Face It, Tiger. I think this might be too expensive, though. And then this Mary Jane artwork is... I didn't think you could out-horny some of the artwork in the previous set, but... I mean, this isn't horny. This is just... she's looking kind of nice. It's the white dress. God damn it. Sarah Paragon back for the 71st month. Welcome back. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Women? Yeah, they're too good. They're pretty great. Men are all right too. Yeah, it depends. But women, whoo, whoo. Men are all right. They're like burst lightning. But women, that's the lightning bolt. Anyways, that might be the cringiest thing I've ever said. I'm going to call it there. But, well, before I will give a rundown of the set. I think there are some pretty interesting cards here I want to play in Canadian Highlander. I'm going to do like a speed round where I'm just going to name some of the cards that I would be interested in playing in Canadian Highlander. Quoting me on that forever. If you do, I will ban you. Nope, we're not bringing that up ever again, please. I've been talking about these cards for 5.5 hours. So the cards that I would consider playing in Canadian Highlander, like seriously consider, Arachne Psionic Weaver, Peter Parker, Spectacular Spider-Man with a big thumbs up. I have played this in Highlander. It is good. Spider-Man Webslinger, Hydro-Man Fluid Felon and Hide on the Ceiling, Lady Octopus Inspired Inventor, Norman Osborn with a big thumbs up, Secret Identity, Spider Sense, Unstable Experiment. I could see myself playing Agent Venom, Eddie Brock, Gwenom Remorseless with a pretty big thumbs up. I'm excited to Goryo's Vengeance this card. Especially because it has lifelink. Oh, fuck. Morlun. Swarm, Being of Bees. The Soul Stone. Maybe. Gwen Stacy. Heroes Hangout. Hobgoblin, Mantled Marauder. Maybe Masked Meower. I need to rethink about like Insolent Neonate's position in the format. Romantic Rendezvous. Spider Punk. Lizard Connor's Curse. Miles Morales. I'll throw a bone to Radioactive Spider and Sandman as well. Honestly, and Spider-Man Brooklyn Visionary. I'd be curious about trying this card. Spider-Woman Stunning Savior. I've played this card. It's great. Niche shout out to Mob Lookout. Superior Spider-Man. I want to try Symbiote Spider-Man. My expectations aren't that high, but I would like to try it out. Carnage Crimson Chaos. Scarlet Spider, Kane. Ultimate Green Goblin. Scarlet Spider, Ben Reilly. Gallant Citizen. Steel Wrecking Ball. Doc Ock's Tentacles. Iron Spider Stark Upgrade. I'll throw a bone to them. And Daily Bugle Building and Urban Retreat. That's a lot of cards, honestly. Like what? 1, 2. I should have just done this when I did it the first time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I'll say 6 for Arania too. 6, 7. I'll include Miguel. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I'm going to skip this. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Not bad. 43, not bad. You know, for a set that I don't really have a massive attachment to the IP. It seems fun. The cards that I played with have been fun. There's some good cards for Canadian Highlander. There's some really cool cards for Commander. Yeah, as per usual. Pick up the cards you want. There's some stuff here. Magic the Gathering is a pretty cool game. I'm going to call it there. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I will be streaming again tomorrow. Earlier start, playing Vintage Cube. You know, all that stuff. Let me drop you kids off somewhere. Here. I'm going to drop you off at Amy's channel, I guess. I don't know. It's going to click the raid button. I'll see y'all tomorrow, everybody. Have a great night and many spiders to you. Bye!